Are we ready? Yes, I think so. So welcome everybody. It's a bit strange to be with the headphones and listening to yourself. So like this. Okay. So welcome to this session, revamping decision-making in digital governance. We have a number of speakers today here with some changes on the program we had initially. First of all, I'm Jorge Cancio. I'm from the Swiss government. I'm moderating this session that will last until 10:15. And I have my colleague from our office, Luisa Lendi, who will be our online moderator and will help me with the timing. We also have Renata Mieli from CGI, from the Brazilian government as well. We have Jordan Carter from ORDA and the TCCM. We have online Timea Suto. I hope she is connected. Luisa, if you can check if Timea is connected, that would be great. And then we have also Jennifer Chung from .Asia joining us. So it's a multi-stakeholder panel, and we are going to discuss different questions about the WSIS process, as well about the substance of what WSIS does, the way that WSIS does its work, and finally also the role of the IGF in a future setting. We are going to go in different rounds of 2-minute interventions of the panelists. Of course, I say 2 minutes, and I will be enforcing the timing whenever they go beyond 2.5 minutes. Give a little bit of wiggle room there. And then we will have also the opportunity later on, after we discuss the different policy questions, to go for interventions from the audience. And there's a lot of space here at the front table. If you want to come and join, it's open to everyone. You don't have to sit in the back. And also, it's a little bit hard with these lights to really see you very well. But in any case, later on, we will open also the floor for interventions. And then if you sit at the front table, you can use one of these automatic mics. Or if you are sitting in the back, you can use one of the standing mics over there. So without further ado, I would be starting with the different policy questions we have today. The first question is, how do we update the WSIS action lines? So the World Summit on the Information Society action lines, which is the substance of what the UN system does to accomplish the WSIS goals, to better reflect emerging and pressing issues. So AI, data governance, what connectivity is today, human rights online, and how do we update them also to better integrate them with the sustainable development goals, the SDGs. So each of our panelists has now 2 minutes, and I will call on you, starting with Jordan, and then we will go to Renata. Jordan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jorge, and good morning, everyone. My name is Jordan Carter. I work for the .au Domain Administration, and I am part of the Secretariat Group for a Technical Community Coalition on Multi-Stakeholderism. Obviously, my comments are my own. I'm not explicitly representing a standard position of either org unless I tell you so. And fortunately, this is a very brief first intervention. Obviously, the internet is a foundational technology which is ever more important for the realization of the ambition of the SDGs and the development framework. But when I've reviewed the action lines, they've presented a pretty good set of things to focus on in building an inclusive information society. So there are no concrete ambitions on my part or the groups that I've been part of so far for changes. We just sort of make the point in looking at these. So we don't advocate for the action lines to be reopened. We assume that probably they will be because that's how the negotiation seems likely to play out. And if they are, one of our roles will be to just monitor and be engaged in that conversation to make sure that there aren't slippages away from various multi-stakeholder processes in the way the language is expressed or the other references that may happen with them. Our job in the internet technical communities is to keep doing the coordination and collaboration work we do to make sure that the internet remains a resource at the service of the development needs of societies all around the world. So I'll save you some time, Jorge, and back to you.
Great. Thank you so much for being so quick and so brief to the point. So we go with Renata. You have a little bit more time. Also, we have to be mindful that non-native speakers, we need more time to formulate our thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. It's a pleasure to be here with all you guys, Jorge, Jennifer, Jordan, Timea online. In our perspective, the action lines were designed in such a comprehensive manner from a macro strategic perspective that I believe revising or substantially altering the 5 main action lines should not be our primary objective. On the other hand, I believe it's necessary to evaluate within each action line what can be changed or added in line with the current reality, seeking to identify issues that were not addressed because were not so predominant or important 20 years ago, such as AI and its impacts, algorithmic transparency, data governance, meaningful connectivity, information integrity, disinformation, environmental impact of ICTs, DPIs, human rights online, hate speech, freedom of speech, gender, children's rights. So it would also be important within a vision of a greater coordination and synergy between the different processes related to digital issues to identify how the WIS's action lines can address the issues raised in the Global Digital Compact. The same would need to be done with the SDGs, as ICTs are nowadays essential for all social and economic development. These SDGs should be explicitly addressed in the WIS's action lines. In the other direction, the WIS's action lines should be considered when the SDGs are revised in 2030. Therefore, strengthening the alignment between the WIS's actions line SDGs should be a cross-pollination effort driven by the growing recognition of the digital environment's importance within the SDGs framework. But there, in my opinion, pointing these issues, there is no need to create new action lines on those specific topics, as the action lines are sufficiently broad and adaptable to accommodate such issues. That's my first contribution, and thank you very much for the extra time. I don't know if I pass a lot.
You are doing great on time. Thank you so much. And now let's try to see if Timea, are you with us? If you can take the floor.
Hope you can hear me. I don't know if you can see me.
We hear you.
I don't see. Yes.
And we see you.
Hi, everyone.
Great to see you.
The big face on the screen. It's always strange to be online in such a big room. I'm very happy to be with you this morning. Good morning from Milan. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Timea Schütte. I'm from the International Chamber of Commerce, where I lead our global digital policy work. And ICC is the organization that represented the private sector 20 years ago in the WSIS process, and ever since in any internet governance and related digital public policy discussions. So to answer your question, Jorge, and I'll try to be brief, I agree wholeheartedly with Jordan and Renata and what they've said so far. I think the WSIS action lines have really stood the test of time, if you look at this. And of course, it was because those who were writing 20 years ago, and some of you are in the room, have been quite forward-looking. But I also think it was very wise of those who wrote the action lines to keep them technology agnostic, so to speak. And that has allowed us to recognize new technological developments, new ideas as the digital world was developing in those 11 action lines. I started my career with WSIS 10 years ago at the WSIS Plus 10, and then we were well into the age of social media. Everybody was talking about big data analytics, IoT, new developments. But we recognized those in the original action lines, and we didn't really think that we needed new ones. And I think it's the same issue today. We've had a lot of conversations in the past year, 2 years on the development in the digital world, new issues, for sometimes new concerns, new developments, new technologies. But as we look through the 11 action lines, I think we need to put on our adapted lens and look through those action lines and see if we can recognize artificial intelligence in the 11 action lines. Can we recognize data governance in the action lines? Can we see where we can improve gender equality, where we can improve human rights protection, and the number of issues that also Renata has shared? Can we see those in these 11 action lines? And I am convinced that we can. So I do not think that we need to change the very wise approach that the WSIS drafters had of keeping these action lines technology agnostic, but we need to put on our new lenses and see where we can integrate some of these developments into the existing framework. And I think we've had helpful interventions through the Global Digital Compact drafting process. I think there's issues that have been brought to the table that we need to look at. Renata mentioned those as well. I think we should look into how we integrate those new issues, new concerns, new ideas into the existing framework. And I also agree that we should look at the SDGs and see how they align with the WSIS action lines. And we're not starting from scratch there. The WSIS Forum has been doing that for a number of years now. There's a very interesting matrix that looks at the SDGs and the WSIS action lines. Here at the IGF, we also look at, every time we propose a session, we look at how that aligns with the SDGs. So I think we're not starting from scratch. We can build on that. And I'll leave you with that. I hope I haven't exceeded my 2 minutes.
A little bit, but let's be flexible as you are online. Thank you so much, Timea. And I go to Jen.
Thank you, Jorge. I think I'll be the one who'll help us catch up on the time because I'll be actually quite brief. My name is Jennifer Chung. I'm with .Asia organization. We are a registry operator for the top-level domain .Asia, but with a mandate to promote internet development and capacity building in Asia Pacific. I'm also part of the TCCM, but I guess obviously not going to be speaking on that behalf as well. I feel like I'm not going to be rocking the boat so much here with my intervention as well, because I do largely agree with all the previous speakers. But there's been some talk, at least from a lot of non-papers and also other ideas from the internet governance community about updating or sharpening the language that is in the action lines to accurately reflect our current realities, our technological realities. But at the same time, I think I have more questions than answers, because when you use different words like sharpening, updating, focusing, that still does mean there's some adjustment. And so while I'm not, the government delegation going into negotiations when we're looking at that thing, but one thing as a non-governmental stakeholder, we are very concerned with when this does happen, what is it that we need to do? Is there a baseline we need to hold to? I also agree very much, both with Timea and others who've mentioned that the WSIS action lines right now are drafted in a way that is broad enough to encompass all of these developments we've had in 20 years, even if the language itself does not actually, sufficiently describe what it is that we have right now. Things like AI governance, things like other emerging tech, things like DPI, and also a whole array of rights that are actually articulated in a more updated and descriptive manner, as we can see in the GDC final text. So I guess in closing, I just want to reiterate again, because that the action lines right now are drafted in a way that is broad and that is technology neutral, I think it behooves us to really think about more that how we can look to integrating more of this without, I guess, jeopardizing what we have, jeopardizing what it is that it actually quite accurately describes what we want to do in a pretty holistic and some of it quite multi-stakeholder way. So I'll pass it right back to you, Jorge.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. I think that brings the question to really to the point, how to update them without jeopardizing what we have. So we will have to be creative in those rooms in New York or wherever we discuss this, and find the right balance between one thing and the other. As we are doing well in terms of time, I would shortly give the opportunity for one or two inputs, 1 minute inputs from the floor, from the audience. If anyone wants to talk to this question, this is your opportunity. If that is not the case, do we have anything online? No. So there will be other opportunities later on. So maybe you can reflect on what you would say to question one or to any of the other questions. Now we will go to the second policy question, which is, what are the gaps within the WSIS framework? So here we are talking more about the architecture, the institutions, and between its different parts, such as IGF or the WSIS Forum, and we could also mention the CSTD or UNGIS, the UN Group on Information Society, or other parts of the WSIS architecture. So what are the gaps to really be up to date? And does the governance structure follow an adequate multi-stakeholder approach as expressed inter alia in the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines? And here I would change a little bit the order and start with our online participant, Timea, if you are ready.
I am. Thanks, Jorge.
Thank you.
So gaps. We've talked about the sort of substantive gaps in the first question. So I'll focus on the process gaps. Jorge, you said we have the WSIS framework with the IGF and the WSIS Forum. I would add the Commission of Science and Technology for Development to that duo. So I think we have a trio of institutions that we need to consider when we talk about the WSIS framework. And if I want to be critical of the framework that we have today, I think the biggest gap is that these three institutions sort of move forward without taking each other's, or not always taking each other's outputs as input for their own discussion. If we need to change something or improve something, perhaps besides the reporting obligations that go through CSTD, we would need to do better in making sure that the WSIS Forum is aware of what is being discussed at the IGF. The IGF is being updated on what is being discussed at the WSIS Forum, and they take each other's findings more into account when we gather in this fora. I think that's one. The other element that we would I think be best placed to do now at the WSIS Plus 20 is to consider when we are looking at the action lines and who are implementing those action lines, to consider those institutions that we all know collectively as UNGIS, and see how we can help enhance UNGIS that has sort of an informal function to give it a bit more opportunity to look at what is being discussed in IGF, in the WSIS forum, and increase their coordination and the information within the UNGIS system. So it's not just about the fora being aware of one another, but these implementation leaders, so to speak, be aware of what is being discussed and what has been achieved in these discussions. And lastly, also to give opportunity to share the communities that are being built through this fora. It's not always about, okay, we have come out with these 5 big points and everybody should be aware, but also to have an opportunity to know there's a community behind those discussions, and that community is there to give further input into whatever is being discussed in UN institutions. So I think if I can leave you with that, as better coordination between IGF and WSIS Forum, enhanced coordination within UNGIS, and leveraging the communities that are being built.
Thank you so much, Timea. And let's go with Renata. Are you ready?
Yes. Thank you. In the same direction that Timea just said, I believe that in regard to this framework, and we have much progress to be made in terms of developing more integrated spaces and processes. We have not been able to build more effective integration between the IGF and the WSIS Forum. And this is something we need to address. In my view, this is a huge challenge for the discussions about the internet and digital governance. The WSIS Forum is the platform for following up the action lines, but it is a space that's more restricted to governments and facilitators representing the various UN agencies responsible for each action line. And we have a little bit of fragmentation in this discussion. So I think rethinking this governance structure is, in my view, one of the main challenges we are facing now. Some measures could be considered, and we discussed some of these ideas at Mundial Plus 10 and São Paulo guidelines, such as creating a multi-stakeholder governance committee for WSIS framework and expand the role of the IGF in monitoring the action lines, and how to integrate these two spaces a little bit more. That's my idea. I completely agree with Timea just said also, but I would like to use this opportunity to invite everyone to the launch of the book of the Net Mundial Plus 10 guidelines today. The launching will take place at 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the open stage located at the IGF village. So everyone here is invited. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Some merchandising.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that small commercial for the Net Mundial Plus 10 booklet. I also endorse that invitation, and I'll be a little bit late because of overlapping sessions, but looking forward to that one. Maybe a follow-up question for you. You mentioned that you were having this idea of floating the idea of a multi-stakeholder governance committee for the whole of the WSIS framework. And then you also mentioned an improvement to the IGF. Could you elaborate a little bit on the second part?
I think about the improvement of the IGF, we bring some ideas, and this was an important debate we had on Net Mundial Plus 10. Regarding the strengthening of the IDF, improving the IGF, I believe that point is maybe make the IGF mandate permanent. This is something that we need to understand, not to make the IGF's mandate permanent does not mean that updates and discussions aimed at improving it should not take place. But we have to have more stability on the IGF. And to this end, a key requirement is the issue of funding. I think this is a very important point, because it's necessary to ensure much more robust funding for the IGF, combining both a regular budget from the UN with donations from companies and organizations, and better integration with WISIS Forum, with the NRIs, so that contributions from local communities are better brought to the global IGF.
Okay, Renata, I think we are going there already into question 3, but I just wanted to clarify what you meant with that. But we will have question 3 to deep dive on the IGF itself. Thank you. So if I get this right, now we should turn to Jennifer on question 2.
Thank you, Jorge. I was wondering if we were going already to question 3, but I think there's a lot of, there is some overlap there. I appreciate very much that Timia mentioned that we should look at the process, and it's actually quite interesting because IGF is a WSIS outcome. The WSIS Forum itself isn't exactly an outcome, but it is, I would call it a showcase, of course, and the update of how the WSIS action lines are being implemented by the different UN institutions. And I also like to point out a little bit more, because the IGF is the one that I'm most familiar with. WSIS Forum I have also been to, and the WSIS high-level event last year and also this year, I'm also planning to do so and go. But the difference really here is when we look at it, the two different spaces, the two different forums, I guess one would still mention that they could be considered multi-stakeholder, but the multi-stakeholder model is not a monolith, right? There are different flavors. I like to call them different flavors. It's not really ice cream, but it's different flavors of MSM. And the way that it's adapted for the audience that goes, or the participation that goes, is actually quite interesting. And for IGF, it's a mixture of a community curated or community proposals, and also some other curation from the host country, and also, of course, on recommendation by the IGF Secretariat. The WSIS Forum itself is, I would like to understand more, so that's why I do go a little more. But one thing that Tamia did bring out, and I think others have also mentioned, is that there's not a sufficient coordination, and I don't know really if coordination is needed, but there certainly is overlap of some of the programming that could benefit from some coordination. So both the IGF and the WSIS Forum serve different purposes, but there should be a little bit more of an interlink, a little bit more of, I guess, input-output for the two processes. I think after coming to Norway, and a lot of us will also be going to Geneva for the WSIS high-level events, and of course AI for Good, and we would notice looking at the programming that, there's a lot of things that are very similar, would probably benefit from a little bit more of a cross-pollination as well. So I guess I'll stop here. I don't know if I've used up the time, but I'd like to hand back over to you, Jorge.
Thank you. Thank you, Jen. And we go to Jordan.
Thanks, Jorge. Fair amount of agreement, so I'll try and sort of just riff a little bit off what's been said in part. The question was whether this is adequately multi-stakeholder as per the SPMG, the multi-stakeholder guidelines from the Net Mundial. I think the IGF does that best in this WSIS framework, but that everywhere could use improvement, including the IGF. And the key point here, the arrangements need to deliver the WSIS outcome, right? This isn't a system that exists for its own purposes or to draw people to Geneva or other lovely cities like Oslo around the world, but it is to achieve this building of the information society that our citizens all deserve. And I think one of the things that's obvious is that it isn't really treated as a whole system except at the point of these reviews. To make a system work, you need to have someone in it somewhere driving it, or really strong and organic coordination within it. The Internet Technical Community do that organic coordination. In government and multilateral systems like WSIS, it's probably important for there to be something driving. So there have been a few suggestions around whether a multi-stakeholder steering group as part of an enhanced UNGUS could help provide that. Maybe it could. Maybe that could be a institutional center of gravity, if you like, that could help draw the parts together. I agree with the comments that have been made around the IGF and WSIS roles. When I first went to a WSIS high-level forum, aside from the very fascinating report back on the action lines, it felt a bit like a UN IGF for the UN. And I don't know the value of that per se, but I do understand the following up of the action points. So maybe a bit more of a distinctive process. Maybe the IGF could help to set the agenda for things like the WSIS Forum through a more conscious agenda-setting role for the IGF, given it's the most open and bottom-up and multi-stakeholder inflected part of this system. And for the IGF to do that, it would need to strengthen the connections within the IGF system, with the NRIs having more of a role probably setting the IGF's agenda. I do want to make just a couple of other quick points. We think there's a very general view that Global Digital Compact should be implemented through WSIS, and probably the WSIS architecture, broadly speaking, is adequate to do that. We don't need to duplicate forums, invent new ones, especially given how hard it already is for stakeholders to participate effectively. Multiplying new forums and new streams would be a bad idea. And I just want to make one more point around even the title of this session, around digital governance. I think the thing that people casually mean when they say digital governance is what Tunis says internet governance is. But we know what internet governance is because it's written down in Tunis, right? Digital governance is not defined. And if we're going to start using that as the chapeau or the framing for what this system is to do, we had better write down what it means, because otherwise there's lots of confusion. I just want to finish quickly by paying tribute to the Swiss government and the Australian government for their non-papers. Jorge, I realize as moderator you probably can't talk about the content of that, but the ideas around an MSSG and a revamped UNGUS or a help desk for WSIS were in your paper. The Australians also argued for stronger IGF Secretariat and joined the call for a strengthened UNGUS. Lots of other ideas there for everyone to explore in those two papers. Sorry, that was too long. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jordan, and thank you for mentioning the non-papers, the Australian and the Swiss one, and we hope that people and stakeholders, countries, take this as an inspiration to also develop their non-papers or their common ground positions, at least. And a short comment on the Swiss non-paper. It is really the result of many, many conversations. So it's not a Swiss national position, as is a normal, non-papers are no official national positions, but in this case, it's really the result of more than 1 year of talking to people all around the globe and trying to find some common ground ideas. Very good. I think we are quite on time to go over to the third question we had. And so this is more focused, and Renata and also Jordan already mentioned some ideas on the IGF. This question is focused really on the IGF. How would you strengthen the IGF to better respond to the challenges of an improved or updated WSIS framework, combined or taking into account the GDC implementation, and especially to avoid duplication of efforts and promote better coordination? And I think nowadays, especially if we look at what is happening all over the UN system with UN 80, this is a reform program that is really responding to budgetary cuts. There's really a situation where the resources, the scarce resources of the system, and also of all the stakeholders around the system trying to participate in the system, have to be treated very carefully. So here I would start with Jennifer. So you have one start, but at the end of the session.
Thank you, Jorge. This is actually, I'm going to structure my response really in two ways. The first is the strengthening internally of IGF, and then also the external or more of the coordination role. So internally, I think, at least speaking on now, not on behalf of MAG, but as a 2025 MAG member, we were tasked to, after the Norway meeting, to really look at our internal processes to see how we can improve and strengthen and I guess make more efficient the ways the MAG works internally as a whole as well. So that is one part of the strengthening that I think is absolutely needed, because the MAG does rotate, and this is a special MAG that's only a one-year MAG, but typically the terms do still rotate, and they could have 3 terms altogether. The institutional knowledge, it gets lost sometimes when you have such a big turnover of people who are trying to be the advisory, I guess, group looking at this agenda. A stronger secretariat, I think a lot of the speakers have mentioned this, with more resources, and I think I'm kind of going to point to that help desk suggestion in the Swiss Norman paper as well. Because the secretariat itself is also quite lean, the resourcing needed to support not only the curation of the annual program, there's a whole host of intersessional programs and work that goes on throughout the year. Things like the national regional initiatives that, they are organic, they're bottom up. They still need resourcing at the global level. Things like the dynamic coalitions, the best practice forums, the policy networks, all of this has grown since the IGF started 20 years ago. A lot of this is now adding on a very lean secretariat. So they do need more resourcing. They do need coordination for outputs. Externally, I guess, or more of a wider coordination role, we heard already from Timia that, IGF, WSIS Forum, CSTD, and just even further into the UN institutions, I think there's not enough coordination, and perhaps maybe there could be a role for a help desk. There could be another role to be able to better coordinate it within, I guess, the UN multilateral system, but also outward facing to other multi-stakeholder forums or places where these things might be spoken about, not just the governance issues, but other related, places, for example, ICANN, where you talk about, policy development for a part of the critical infrastructure of the internet, the domain names and number allocation as well. So I think, I guess in closing, there's like the internal, the coordination, and the external. There's a lot of things that we can tighten up and improve on. And then finally, one thing I'd like to end with, and I guess now I'm going to put a little bit of a APAC view on this, is that avoiding duplication of efforts not only helps, non-governmental stakeholders, people with less resources, especially in APAC. Governments themselves, especially in Asia Pacific, they have very small teams with a very wide portfolio, and they're not able to actually deep dive or follow every single process if it's proliferated around. So actually that it behooves all of us to really think about, how can we concentrate this in a way that we can actually cover and understand, not only, in the global north, but definitely in the global south as well. Back to you, Jorge.
Thank you. Thank you, Jen. Many important points. Let's go to Jordan now.
I finally worked out the rotation. Thank you, Jorge. Look, there's quite a lot of ideas floating around this. I joined the calls for the permanent mandate, not because it's forever, but because it takes away the wondering whether this is just going to be another year or two. And that means that you can invest in the IGF system with more confidence. And I don't just mean money. I mean time and attention. I mean the building of NRIs, because there'll be some global stage upon which to show things. The hard work of building the integration and linkages between the IGF system and all of the value that it creates. And as I said, that has to include the capacity for the continuous improvement. And let's not ever get trapped into the idea that such improvement requires an intergovernmental negotiation of a WSIS review. It's very good to hear that the MAG will be thinking about how to improve the MAG's performance, but I'm always curious about who has the overarching responsibility to think about the IGF's performance. In the events, there's this funny split between the Secretariat and the MAG and the UNDESA and the host country, but it would be lovely to see perhaps an expansion of the MAG's responsibility through a refreshed terms of reference for it that gave it an overarching IGF systemic response, maybe linking with the proposed multi-stakeholder steering group for the whole WSIS architecture. Those are personal views, just by the way. I've already mentioned the strengthened agenda-setting role for the IGF and how that could be used for the whole WSIS system, but would rely on stronger connections between the NRIs and the IGF. One way to help build that connection might be to make it a bit of a criterion in selecting MAG members that they are involved with their national or regional IGFs if there is one where they are. Some areas don't have them, so they'd need to still have MAG representation, but that could be a way to organically strengthen the work. Because I know that a lot of us who have been on the MAG are involved nationally, but not all of us. There needs to be a lot more funding for the Secretariat to do the coordination and outreach that's required. It should be a mix of regular UN budget funding and donations, and it needs to be significant. There also needs to be more funding and resourcing and support for Global South and underrepresented groups to be participating effectively here. And as part of that also, I think to improve the IGF, we need to get more of the decision makers here. If the role is decision shaping, it's best if that's firsthand. It's best if people are a bit exposed to sometimes rough around the edges conversations or being spoken to in ways that they think in their high status they might not necessarily have to put up with, just to get a bit of a flavor of reality from time to time in those rarefied executive heights. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Not bad. That's a good list. What I wonder sometimes with these proposals is, what do we need to have on the WSIS outcome in December, and what is better left to the community itself? But that's just an open. I'm just thinking aloud, because sometimes you get what you wish, and then it gets dangerous. So I think it's always good to keep it what we have in the intergovernmental outcome documents at a very high level, but with enough flexibility for self-improvement.
Can I just add one thought in response?
Sure.
Yes. To the extent we want to improve the multi-stakeholder nature of this stuff, those dialogues and consensus building should happen in multi-stakeholder forums. I agree. Keep the intergovernmental negotiation high level and flexible.
Absolutely. I think we agree there. Okay, let's go to, I think we have still Timea. Are you there?
I am here.
Okay, cool.
And I think you and I have been working together for too long, because I was trying to reframe my comments here as you were putting up the question of what needs to be in WSIS and what is best left to the IGF, having listened to Jordan and Jennifer. So a couple of thoughts here on my end. I think we have a good opportunity at the WSIS Plus 20 to recognize some of the evolution that has happened already at the IGF over the past 20 years. Yes, IGF is a WSIS outcome. We were there and tasked to have these conversations at IGF on digital issues. But what has happened in the meantime is that the IGF has really built communities. I'm referring here to the national and regional IGFs. It has built intersessional work. There's really good reports, best practice forums, the policy networks. It has built leadership. We have now the leadership panel. So I think it's a good opportunity to use the WSIS Plus 20 to recognize this evolution and to formally say, okay, well, this is how the IGF looks now, and we sort of approve what it's been doing. The second thing that should happen, I think, at the WSIS Plus 20 is set IGF up for another 20 years or more to be able to continue this evolution, right? And I think that depends on, as others said, formalizing the IGF status, the mandate as a perhaps permanent, if it's possible, part of the UN structure. Secondly, help formalize the funding. At least the support that the Secretariat needs to function from year to year should be part of the UN budget, perhaps, so that we have a stability, a baseline for the IGF to function, and then the other voluntary contributions can be put to good use for issues like, as maybe Jordan mentioned, funding developing country participation, or earmarked for a specific project, or we can get creative with that. I think this is what WSIS should do, right? Recognize the evolution that has happened and set the IGF up for future successes. And it is then incumbent on the IGF and on the community to make sure that the IGF actually responds to what it needs to do, and that it lives up to its full potential. And there, I'm going to repeat something that we have talked about many, many times, and it is really making sure that the IGF's outputs, conversations, get to the right people. I think communication here, outreach, marketing, if you will, of what the IGF does needs to happen better. It needs to happen perhaps differently. Yes, we need to report on everything that the IGF has done, but we cannot expect every audience to read the full report. We need to do better in making sure that we deliver the right message to the right audience from the IGF. And I think that is something that we need to still work on. So I leave you with that. And if we have more time, then I'm happy to answer the questions.
Thank you so much, Timea. And we have a last intervention on this round from Renata.
Jorge, I completely agree with Jordan, Timea, and Jennifer regarding the points and the reflections we have to strengthening the IGF. My contribution here, in fact, I want to come back to Jordan's question about what we think about digital governance and the need to have a common vision on this. And it was a topic of much debate on Net Mundial Plus 10, if you remember that. And I think in my point of view, we talk a lot about how to avoid duplication of spaces and improve coordination. But what we have seen is that every day a new space, a new forum, a new thematic initiative appears, and in fact we are seeing the fragmentation of the debate, what makes more difficult to many sectors to participate in a more effective way, especially stakeholders from the Global South, even governments and all the sectors have a lot of difficulty to follow all these spaces. We have AI high-level, AI forums, a lot of AI forums, in fact. We have data governance, we have cybersecurity, we have internet forums. And I think when we talk about digital governance, the idea is to show that all these issues are interconnected and need to have at least some coordination and, of course, a multi-stakeholder governance. And my point is that the IGF should be the space to host this discussion, or at least to be the space to coordinate and with the WSIS Forum we are already talking about. So that's my 10 cents about what digital governance is, but I completely agree that we need to have some common language to avoid any doubts about it, and that's my contribution now. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Renata. And yeah, maybe we are agreeing too much here at this table. So that happens oftentimes, even if we try to have a multi-stakeholder participation. So that's why it's a good moment, and we are running well in terms of time to see if there are any comments, any people asking for the floor. I'm seeing 2 people here at the front desk, another person there. So if you would be so kind to go to the mic, and we start with you perhaps, and then we go with the front desk. Please identify, introduce yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Jaqueline Pigato. I'm with Data Privacy Brazil, civil society. Very nice panel, very nice discussions. I had a question that I think Jorge already is questioning the same thing about what we should put in the WSIS review and what we should leave for the IGF community. One of the things that we are discussing for the review is the integration of national and regional IGFs with the global IGF. And I have actually an honest question. I don't know if we need this in the WSIS resolution, or if this could be led by the MEG or the IGF community as a whole to bring a connection more clear of what are the realities of national and regional IGFs, what the people are facing, to connect this with the global governance action lines and the global governance directives that we are discussing here, that most of the times are so disconnected, and we need the national policymakers here and to do this connection. So my question is if you think that we should put this in the WSIS resolution, we should fight for this, or maybe better to leave for the IGF community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Any reactions from our panel? Timea has a reaction, apparently.
Yes, she
That's
does.
great.
Thank you, Jorge. Just briefly to respond. I think we need to separate the what from the how when we come to this question. If we don't think about what needs to be in the WSIS plus 20 resolution, I think a recognition of the NRIs is important to be there, not only because we want to say, oh, hey, look, there's 170 something, or even more, I'm not sure how many we have at this point, NRIs, and look at the IGF has done all these national and regional IGFs, but because it is a good demonstration that the multi-stakeholder model is spreading. This is what the IGF was supposed to do. If we're looking at the Tunis agenda, we wanted to have multi-stakeholder conversations around the internet issues, and that was the IGF's mandate. And the fact that the IGF was able to bring this down to the grassroots level to the national IGFs, I think it's a huge achievement. And I think that should be highlighted in the WSIS plus 20 review. What we don't need in the WSIS plus 20 review is the how to make this work better, how to integrate better or less the national and regional IGFs with the IGF global. Actually, the sausage-making process need not be in the WSIS plus 20 outcomes, but I think it is important that the actual sausage is seen there, because it has been a huge achievement of the past 20 years, and I think we should not lose sight of that.
Thank you for that tasty metaphor at this time of the morning. But I see, Jen, you wanted to react as well to the question.
Thanks, Jorge. I've avoided a little bit speaking about the national regional initiatives too much because I can go on forever. But one thing I did want to make clear, I absolutely agree with Timea. The recognition is very important, but we do not need anything prescriptive there, because the beauty of the national, regional, sub-regional, and youth initiatives is that it is organic, is that it is independent, is that, I think people always miss this as well, there is no hierarchy. So it's not a reporting up or a reporting down. The national, regional, sub-regional youth initiatives, they are actually quite organic, and the way it influences each other within the network as well as the global network, it's not a pyramid at all. So that's the beauty of it. no one size fits all. And actually, I think now we're at 177 plus. I think that was the last figure I heard from Anya either yesterday or 2 days ago. All of them are at different stages, right? There are regional IGFs, such as the APR IGF, such as Eurodig, that are a little more developed because they've been around longer. But the beauty also is there are newer IGFs, like Ireland IGF, that just had its first meeting this year. So to have something prescriptive in something like the WSIS outcomes, I think that would actually break the beauty of this tapestry. And one last thing I'd like to leave us with, as I said, I can talk forever on the NRIs, is I don't want the NRIs to be seen as a talking point. They have been a talking point for many high-level speeches, but I feel like there needs to be a real understanding of what the real value could be and is, both for the NRIs outwardly and also for those who participate deeply in the NRIs. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that passion on the NRIs. Yes, Renata, please.
Just regarding what Jacqueline said about how we bring more decision makers to the IGF, I think this is one thing that this is point about we need to amplify the integration between WSIS Forum and the IGF, because decision makers participate more in WSIS Forum because WSIS has the mandate to do the follow-up of the action lines. And the other hand, I want to remember that we have the parliamentary track in the IGF. This is an important thing to bring more decision makers to the IGF. But I think as a community, we need to do a homework to bring more deputies, more governments to this parliamentary track, and maybe organizing more spaces on the IGF to governments have the perception that this is an important space to inform their process, their decision makes in their countries, to make some network also. So I think we have a job to be done in this field.
Thank you, Renata. And I think also, Jordan, you have a remark?
I just want to try and be a little bit controversial, perhaps. It's terrible that parliamentarians are locked away talking to parliamentarians. It's also great that the IGF is creating a space where the parliamentarians can come and talk to parliamentarians. So I think we've got a challenge that is, how do we have those people not just engaging with each other, but also on the floor and having the broader mix? So I think that's something that could be picked up in the how do we improve the workings of the IGF, something that doesn't need to be in the WSIS review. But that's true with others, the idea of a judicial track, the idea of a policymaker's track, the idea, one track, all in the room, genuine debate. And if there are side events and so on, that's one thing. But it's great the parliamentary track is now open as well. That's been a significant improvement, and people have found lots of value in visiting. But how do we really weave it all together is the challenge.
Absolutely. And we have our colleagues waiting at the front desk. Please go ahead, introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Anne McCormick. I lead global digital policy for EY, Ernst & Young. We're active in the global north, the global south, and 80% of our people are under the age of 30. I wanted to offer two observations. As a relative newcomer to this forum, but not a newcomer to multi-stakeholder and international efforts to integrate different stakeholder groups. I think listening to what Jordan said in particular, there's a real need for concrete action for the credibility of these fora particularly at this point in time in this geopolitical context, where there are scarce resources, but also in light of the type of technologies that we're looking at, there is real urgency. It's great to look at the last 20 years and think about the next 20 years. But we and our stakeholders, I don't just mean in the private sector. And by the way, the private sector is small entrepreneurs. It's a lot of non-tech companies. It's companies across sectors, in sectors that are deeply affected by tech transformation in a positive and negative way. So I just make a parenthesis on the richness of the private sector and its diversity. But I think there's real urgency. We're thinking about horizons of 18 months, that's long, 2 years, maybe 5. So we really need good definitions, to the point Jordan made, definitions that are interoperable or recognized by other international, authorities, OECD, other organizations. We need real clarity on how IGF, WSIS, and other organizations within this network, how they are interacting concretely on the ground with issues that society, business, and government are dealing with. We're hearing, and I'll say it both with respect and with challenge, we're hearing amazing good words and thoughts in the parliamentary track I've been in the different discussions, but we need this to be concrete. We need fewer ideas, but really specific impact and priorities for the next 18 months to 2 years. We do not have time, because we can talk as much as we want about an internet society. We're having at the moment significant risks around technology, exclusion, division, and all the political and social discord that goes with it if it's not well managed. I would say my second point has to do with what we can give, so turning the mirror to us. I think there's an opportunity, as I've seen in the past, for example, with the World Economic Forum, to leverage perhaps the risk appetite of the private sector, but also others, to pilot and try out the few focus initiatives. Pilot, learn, improve, roll out. Right? We need to move. It doesn't need to be perfect. We need to learn fast. We need to make the difference where it matters. Set examples of best practice, not mandatory, not rigid, but this works. See if you can improve it. Build on what we've got. Make it easy. And that goes with capacity building. That's essential, but also with focus. We could talk about this for a very long time, but I would urge you to really think short term with the long term perspective, but short term, it's about credibility. I also think it's about respect for all the amazing people who participate here. Many have come from very far. It's very difficult for them to come here. We need to turn this into action, not more dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those words, and I guess we can apply that to all of us, because it's there's no you and us. We are all part of this community. But thank you so much. I don't know if you want to intervene as well, and then we take some reactions from the panel, because we are closing up.
Okay. So my name is Binta Mustafa, and I belong to the Civil Society and African Group. I was looking forward to seeing Henriette, especially as we had a WSIS Plus 20 Plus review last year in October in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. So I was looking forward to listening, but Jennifer addressed it's not a pyramid, it's not an up-down. So she addressed my reservations, so I would leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for emphasizing that point. And now I would quickly open it to reactions to our colleague's point. I see Jordan.
Thank you, Anne, for that challenge. And it actually gets down to the very deep discussion about the nature of the IGF and its place in the system. The forum for discussion, not for decision, has a lot of scope around best practice, about sharing case studies and so on. And having done 1 year on the MAG, it is a perpetual challenge to select sessions that deliver on that. And it's a perpetual challenge to find the resources to make that relatively simple translation, but it has to be done well, from a discussion to 3 bullet points that could be done, as opposed to 3 bullet points of what was said. And I think the system doesn't invest in the analytic capability to deliver that, which is part of why we all need to be working on ways to get more resources into the system to that. I'm firmly convinced that the value of the discussions here is hugely untapped compared to what it could offer with that extra layer of processing and promulgation, if you like. So heartily, I thought that was a very nicely put challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Any other reactions? Jen?
Thank you. I also echo what Jordan has said. I think us being on the panel, we're kind of dancing around words that actually speak to this. When we speak to, we need more resourcing for the IGF Secretariat, we do mean actually taking the decision-shaping discussion here and then moving it to implementation in the different national arenas, sub-regional arenas, all of that. But that is not a clear role for IGF as a forum. So that is another gap that we see because, you know, right now, taking the outputs, there's a lot of rich output that comes out of the annual meeting, that comes out of the intersessional work, but that doesn't land where people can then take it forward. So absolutely agree with you. That's where we need to go. It is a constant and perennial criticism of the IGF. It's a beauty of the IGF, but we also do need to take these outputs and promulgate it to the places where decisions can be taken, where actions can actually have impact. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jen. Any other reaction?
Just to say, there is one reaction from the chat I would like to read out to the audience, which empathizes just the importance of establishing predictable cycles for the IGF or other UN governance structures, especially for NRIs to plan and engage with their own communities and to back up afterwards their messages.
Okay, thank you so much. And Renata, you also wanted to chime in?
Just to add something regarding, we need to see the internet governance or digital governance as a whole system. And I think to transform some of the rich debates we have here into action, we need to have more national spaces to make the digital or internet governance as in a multi-stakeholder way. So I'm putting this because I'm from Brazil, and in Brazil we have our Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, and when we come here with our representatives, we try to come back to Brazil and transform some of this debate into action, because the action is in the field, the action is in the community. For the IGF, it's difficult to transform the debate. We are a forum to think about all the problems you bring to us, and I completely agree. But I think this is another challenge, how to contribute to create more, and there is no formula. I don't want to put my experience in Brazil as a model to be reproduced in other countries. But each country, each region has to develop its own experience in terms of internet governance or digital governance to transform all this debate in action. I think this is another challenge.
Thank you so much, Renata. And I'm being advised that we have 5 minutes, so I will take a last intervention from the floor. Please introduce yourself and make it very short and sweet, please.
My name is Vinicius Fortuna. I'm the engineering lead for Internet Freedom at Google Jigsaw. And to her point about going to implementation from these conversations, I just want to add that, this is my first IGF, and I'm an engineer. And I think what is missing here is, where are the people that build stuff? Where are the product people? Where are the engineers? like I see a lot of policy people, and the companies only bring policy people for the most part. So I think that like we need to put more effort to bring the people that are building like AI now, like they should be here talking to all of us, because otherwise like there's like this silo of builders and those that are doing policy, and we really need to break those walls.
Thank you so much. I call that for more disciplinarity that is very much needed. I think we all endorse it, and I see a lot of nodding around the table. So unfortunately, we could go on for ages, and in the end, the question Anne posed to this panel was what we were trying to answer with it. And in the end, if we look at the WSIS framework as a system where we have UN agencies that are investing thousands of millions of dollars over the last 20 years in building connectivity, in creating capacity building all over the world, be it UNESCO, be it UNDP, be it ITU. They work under this program, which is called WSIS, since more than 20 years. And really the key we have to find, or the big question is, how do we make the system work better, more in a more interconnected fashion, so that it really delivers on the promise of the information society, Manuel Castells in the 90s, and now the digital world we are living in. So that's really the key question, and how do we make sure that the discussions from this forum, the IGF, really get across to the different national and regional levels, but also in the UN system. How do we make sure that the agencies really listen to the messages that we are delivering with these discussions, so that they adapt their action lines? And that was the first question we had today. So how do we fit them together in a much more efficient manner, instead of having these silos or parts of an architecture or part of a family where the members of the family seem not to talk to each other, or at least not enough. So that's really the key, and I hope that today we had some progress on this question with some ideas on the table. Some of these ideas we will have to put forward in the forthcoming WSIS Plus 20 process. Other ideas are just to wake up, look into the mirror and say, okay, what can I do today for the IGF community? What can I do for my NRI? What can I do in the MAC? What can I do in this community? So there's also a lot of things we can do ourselves if we are ambitious enough, and we have the right dialogue, and also we convince, of course, our able and small IGF Secretariat and our colleagues from UNDESA to let us do many of these things. So I see the timing in red. This is the sign for me to close this session. Let's give a round of applause to all intervenants. Thank you so much, and looking forward to further conversations.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to all on-site and online participants for this workshop where you'll hear a great set of speakers. We have both online and on-site today. We will dedicate a few minutes at the end for direct exchanges, so you can already get ready and prepare your questions and remarks. Digital infrastructure, this is what we're here to talk about today. The digital infrastructure underpins the economy of today, but also the economy of tomorrow. From broadband network, data centers, cloud services, to protocols and standards that ensure interoperability of tech platforms, services, and systems. How digital infrastructure is designed affects the degree to which economic power is concentrated or distributed, how innovation is stifled or encouraged, and prosperity is available to the many or to a few. The stakes for digital infrastructure have never been higher. Rapid advances in technologies, in particular generative AI, are not only transforming the nature of work and everyday life, but also it is redefining the meaning of sovereignty on the individual level, but also for communities and countries across the globe. So making data agency is all the more necessary. And at Project Liberty Institute, we are guided by a North Star, giving people a voice, a choice, and stake in their digital life. And a technical solution to allow such a scenario need to be built, scaled, but also, most importantly, adopted. So our common grounds between the IGF theme this year is building. Building sustainable and responsible innovation, building digital trust, resilience, and so on. And the good news today is that we have many builders around the table. Builders of alternative digital infrastructures, of protocols, of business models, of governance approaches. And all of what we are doing and which you'll hear about today resonate with what we call the fair data economy, and particularly the fair data economy recommendations. They were developed last November by Project Liberty Institute and its impressive task force. So I will now hand it over to my colleague Paul Fellinger to kick off the discussion and tell us more about this concept of a fair data economy. And Paul will be online today.
Hello and greetings to all of you. Good morning. I wish I could be there in person in Norway on this 20th anniversary Internet Governance Forum. So the Fair Data Economy Task Force is really a foundational initiative for Project Liberty Institute. The task force launched its recommendations about 9 months ago at the Project Liberty Summit that took then place in Washington, D.C., and it followed 6 months of really intense international multi-stakeholder work. And the Fair Data Economy Task Force is composed of 18 distinguished members spanning all stakeholder groups, international organizations, governments, innovators, entrepreneurs, investors, builders of technical infrastructure, as well as leading academics, and even Darren Acemoglu, who won last year the Nobel Prize in Economics. In total, the task force spanned members from 10 countries all around the world. And as Sarah said in her opening remarks, the current status quo of the digital economy has negative externalities on market structures, on the very fabric of societies and, well, our democracies. And to a large extent, this is linked to the business models and the underpinning infrastructure that enables it on the internet. And the current status quo is not really great for entrepreneurs. It is not really great for people and users of technology, and it's really not great for a majority of investors either. So the question is, how could we rewire the data economy? Can we build a better ecosystem that works for all different actors? And how can we build a better data economy where people have agency over their data that is on firm economic grounds, that can scale? So to do this, the task force published its blueprint for innovation and growth across 4 areas: next generation digital infrastructure as a key enabler, business model innovation and entrepreneurship, policy innovation, and capital allocation. And we are very pleased that we have, in this distinguished panel that you will get to know in just a second, 2 members of the Fair Data Economy Task Force. We have with us today Jean-Bertrand Atsampo, who's the principal advisor to the African Union Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals. He should be online, but he is not online yet, so we will see if he can join us momentarily. So I would like to start and give the floor to Sujit Nair, who's the CEO and co-founder of FIDE. And in many ways, FIDE is implementing already in the market at incredible scale in India what the Fair Data Economy Task Force has been talking about in its recommendations, which is business model innovation really powered by next generation digital infrastructure. So Sujit, I would like to start with you and give you the floor. Can you tell us a bit more about the backend protocol and how it embodies this approach of a fair data economy? What is the role of the infrastructure protocol backend in enabling a better data economy?
Okay. Thank you, Paul. So backend essentially, of course, is an open protocol that embodies interoperability fundamentally. This idea of backend protocol was an attempt to reimagine how in an online economy we move value, how we put people, communities, and businesses at the center of their own sort of economic, social, commercial lives by giving them agency on how they hold and keep data and share data, but more importantly, translate data into value. So backend protocol does fundamentally allow transaction, exchange of value, how you express, discover, engage, contract, and fulfill an offtake value between any consumer and a provider as actors. How do you do that? And it's an imagination that tries to make a departure from this very incumbent thinking of a platform-based movement of value. In fact, what you see with the platforms and marketplaces as we are seeing today, and it's a rapid sort of evolution in the last 2 decades, is a way for both consumers and providers to be necessarily on the same platform managed by one platform intermediary, and in the pretext of discovering, sharing goods and services or any form of value on that platform, you have this model of both having to be on the same platform, operated as a closed platform, and allowing the value to remain on the platform as a capture of value rather than a free flow of value. So from a fair data economic principles, what backend protocol does is fundamentally unlock that agency for any consumer and provider. It could be a taxi driver. We have about 500,000 taxi drivers in India, not necessarily on these big ride-hailing platforms, but use backend to discover rides and service those rides and keep the entire revenue to themselves. There is no big commissions by the intermediate platforms because there's no such platform using backend protocol. It's an open network where everybody brings their end of the node to this, and the drivers also get to have the holdership of their own data. Today, when the drivers have to move from one platform to the other, they don't have access, agency to keeping their data, be it their ride reputation or ride history and things like that. Backend protocol allows you to port that data to any other platform and continue from the new platform they've opted to be part of. So this ability to retain ownership of data, expressing data and services, goods and services, and ability to discover parties who would like to do transactions, business with you, and therefore amplify your economic value of the work and the services you offer, is essentially a way of thinking with backend protocol. And that's how we are trying to bring some of these fair data economic principles, baking into the fundamental architecture of how we think about value exchange happens in an online economy. Paul, back to you.
And we're still waiting for Jean-Bertrand to join it. I hope he doesn't have major technical problems to connect. But maybe, Sujit, can I ask you the question, sort of what for you is the main takeaway and message to the entire ecosystem gathered here at the Internet Governance Forum worldwide the builders, the investors, the entrepreneurs, the consumers, the policymakers that came out of this intense international multi-stakeholder work that we did together in the Fair Data Economy Task Force?
Yeah, sure. I think one of the remarkable outcomes of that effort is how we have seen agreement on some universal principles of how we think a fair data economy of the future should operate. The principles of moving agency to the ends, allowing, like I said, peoples and business to be in the center and not the big platforms, and reimagining the possibilities of how we create value. When we take this departure from having these models of lone heroes as big platforms trying to solve problems for the whole of humanity, but this idea that with these principles you can distribute that ability to solve, distribute that agency, and allow everybody to participate in their own way, retaining their agency and autonomy, for me is something fundamental. And it's heartening to see there are protocols like the DSNP protocol of Project Liberty, Beacon Protocol, all of them sort of aligning to those principles and vision and taking that forward. Of course, it also is a wake-up call to see how we need to do a lot more beyond the formulations of the principles that the task force has put together, but to put them into practice and drive civil society, market players, policymakers all come and fundamentally think about this as the core central principles of how we think about the evolution of the online economy, and make it contextually relevant to the varying needs and cares of different regions. I'm here in Oslo also to have some conversations around the whole coming opportunity and the challenge of energy transition, and what does it mean to make countries in Africa and India and in Europe sort of build reliable, secure agency and energy independence as an individual, as an economy. And these are some of the conversations which also fundamentally need to bring aspects of fair data principles into the conversation for how we think about future of energy. I mean, I'm trying to make an example out of energy, but the idea is that it's so fundamental that it cuts across multiple sectors, not just commerce, not just some part of digital payments, but more foundational aspects of our society like access to energy. So I think it's a very pertinent set of principles that we must consider in all walks of life as we become increasingly digitally native in our lives. Yeah. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you so much, Sujit, and all of you at the IGF. You can find the recommendations of the Fair Data Economy Task Force on the website projectliberty.io. And Sujit, you gave the perfect segue. This is about scaling next generation digital infrastructure for data agency, which is the title of our session today. And with this perfect segue, I want to give it back to Sarah on site in Norway to continue the discussion and introduce us to our next speaker.
Thank you very much, Paul. So you mentioned actually, Sujit, and thank you for that, the DSNP. So I'd like to hand it over to Vice President and Chief Architect of DSNP and Frequency, so Wes Biggs. We talked about transparency. We talked about redistributing value. We talked about giving people more power over their data. So it seems that data agency is probably the core component and the common ground that we're talking about today. And it seems also that data agency is a core architecture principle of the decentralized social networking protocol. So Wes, could I turn to you and to tell the room here in person and online how technically does the DSNP work? How does it embody this principle of data agency for its almost 2 million users today?
Thanks, Sarah, and great to see everyone here. As you mentioned, I'm a technology architect and contributor to DSNP, consensus seeker perhaps with our diverse set of technologists, academics, civil society advisors working on the protocol. It is a protocol stewarded by the Project Liberty Institute under an open governance model that I think you'll hear more about. And the origin of DSNP is really this the realization, and I think this is very much tied to this fair data economy piece, that the Web 2.0 model, which did great things for people, connected people in new and fundamental ways, but it was mediated always by centralized platforms. And those platforms have been designed and optimized to extract the value of the network effects that are created in these systems by the participants. From a fundamental point of view, DSMP is about taking the network effects out of the network and sharing that value between all the stakeholders that are participating. And to do that, we start at the very low level, at the protocol level, where we want to talk about not applications, but how systems can communicate with one another on a fundamental level, and that means data and the operations on that data and how that flows across connected spaces. We start with DSMP by challenging that simple assertion of the centralized system that needs to mediate these spaces. And to do that, and I'll quote from the specification, to ensure decentralization, a DSMP system must avoid having any single point of failure and must avoid having any single entity that can override its consensus mechanisms. So we talk about a consensus system, which is a technical term that has evolved very rapidly over the past decade or so. You fit blockchains and other systems within that, public permissionless blockchains, for example, and it creates a system where no single business, company, computer is in charge of the way the system operates. Starting with that fundamental principle, we can build things on top of that. We can build affordances for starting with identity, and identity being something that can be long-lived for users of social networking services. It can be human-friendly. It doesn't have to be a cryptographic wallet that everyone has to remember their password for. It can be, however, cryptographically strong with these systems in order to provide control and agency over the data that is then attached and accumulated with this identity over time in the public space. One of the core things that comes quickly after identity is this idea of attestation, the idea of having verified attributes that can be part of one's identity in the social spaces, and that might be professional credentials, that might be simply proof of your own humanness versus an AI or a bot. These things can go into the protocol, and then we move to more abstract ideas that underpin the social fabric that we've seen across lots of different applications, but in unconnected ways. And we want to create a universal social graph that can establish connections that are long-lived outside the context of one application that can then be ported and used interoperably between many applications that participate using the same protocol. That social graph can be your friendships, your connections, your followings on social media, and those are all now relationships that can live on outside the life cycle of any particular application that you use to access your social network. And finally, there are affordances around social content, social media that we've seen across all the varying and often quickly evolving areas of social media as well. So this is not fundamentally just about text or video or anything like that, but a protocol for any of those types of communications that we want to connect our social networks with over time. And really, overall, this comes back to this economic principle that we are allowing with this protocol layer an innovation of economic models for the applications that participate in the social networking sphere, and that can move away then from a focus that drives toward always an ad tech surveillance model. So there's value exchange for all the participants involved.
Thank you very much, Wes. So with the example of FIDE with backend, with DSNP, and all those protocols, and there are many others that are existing. I'm thinking of the AT protocol and others. these examples exist. They're in practice and people can use them. So many alternative governance model, technical innovation, they're today available for use. However, it seems that most users are still kind of stuck on the platforms of the centralized digital economy. So let me turn over to Wendy. Wendy, as a DSNP advisor and the co-chair and the chair of the DSNP Governance Working Group, you've been thinking about these questions of governance a lot for these last years. I have a more governance and technical question at the same time for you, which is how can we bridge all these solutions that are existing somewhere on the ecosystem, but somewhat not scalable enough to gather enough users? What's missing today for this solution to truly collaborate better to represent this scalable alternative to a centralized digital economy? Is this something that we're doing wrong or something that we're still not doing about this?
Thank you very much, Sarah, and thank you to our hosts and everyone here. I think it's tempting to answer your question with the universal computer science answer. Take a hard problem, add another layer of abstraction, and you have the answer. So among all of the existing protocols and places where people are today, you could say, add another layer above of an interchange layer, add standards for data exchange among them, import and export of data, make regulation to enforce the availability of those, and you might get there, and there's promising work in standards development for interoperability. There's promising work from regulators thinking about how to make platforms provide for their end users, for the individuals, the ability to take their own data and have control of where they express it. And there's work in sort of cooperation frameworks, governance frameworks, to think about what would it take to give people confidence that when they took their data from one platform to another, they would be able to preserve the terms they wanted for that, and not just be turning it over to different terms of control by another proprietary system. And yet, I think we need to look at this as sort of a techno-social challenge, that it's not just a matter of building interoperable tech and the people will come and the solutions will come out of that. It's also a matter of figuring out how we, as society and as builders of ecosystems, will align the incentives so that there are stable configurations that preserve interoperability. And one of the values of these multi-stakeholder dialogues is as opportunities to find solutions that serve the needs of the various participants in the ecosystem. It's not enough for the end users to be supplicants to businesses saying, please give us our data. They should also be able to present themselves as customers, as collaboratives, as communities on equal footing, to say we bring value to the ecosystem by our participation there, and we will only bring it on terms where we have the privacy that we expect, the autonomy to enforce terms of our choosing. And it's easier to say that than to do that. requires organizing, it requires cooperation, and it's not as easy for individuals as simply taking an app that's offered to them in the App Store and for free, advertising supported, and saying, go ahead. But it's a matter of building toward a more empowering experience long term. So I think in the work that DSNP is doing, in the work that others are doing to help build sort of empowered end user participation in governance, to find cooperation and collaboration, to find cooperation experiences that recognize the value of commercial incentives, the value of individual autonomy, the value of non-commercial and social interchange, the value, the interests of government participation, the interests of technical and scientific development. We can work toward frameworks that have a longer-term, sustainable, interoperable data interchange.
So interoperability is also a big part of the response towards scaling those digital infrastructure that we're talking about, especially because network effects are really strong out there, and they're probably one of the main reason why we're not able today to bring most users into a technical solution that protects better their data, better their privacy, and so on. So Sujit, to what extent is this component of interoperability particularly important for you to beat the network effect? You've been talking about already millions of users on Beacon. How do you work with that kind of component on top of data agency?
Yes, and Sarah, if you allow me to sort of use the remarks from Wes to sort of build on as a way to answer your question on interoperability, and I think some very interesting remarks from Wes on the idea of this natural tendency, this urge for us to think about this abstracting and creating protocols and trying and putting this sort of very elaborate formal governance structures around that idea of a tech protocol idea, and it's one thing therefore to sort of bake interoperability as a principle into the technical designs. But to the point that Wes said, and I fully echo with that, when we started the Beacon protocol effort as a foundation about 5 years ago, we had this urge to sort of build this protocol, build a global community around governance of the protocol, and then think about seeing, okay, how do we make this, put this in work, and let people see value. But one of the sort of the early sort of, when I retrospectively think about right now wise things we could do, is to not wait for the governance and the protocol to actually take off. We actually put the idea of interoperability in the hands of people. It's very remarkable that in the very early years of Beacon, you don't normally expect taxi drivers to talk about protocols. Yeah, so, but when they see that, when I got a call, literally got a call from a few of the taxi drivers in the city of Bangalore from the unions and saying, we understand the protocol because we live the problem. We live the problem of not having this power of interoperability to amplify agency because we are stuck in these big walled gardens of ride-hailing platforms, and they onboard us as partners, but now they treat us like as if they are a boss and go through what they have to make us go through. I think then they said that for me, the value of Beacon protocol was to give me that sense of control about where I want to be, how I make myself discoverable as a taxi driver to a rider in the city, and offer my own terms of price, and be fair in that process, and then let my own ability to serve the customer with the right be the reason why I get recognized for more rights, and build trust as a service provider. And that idea of that value, discovering that value with this principles of interoperability, for me would be the first significant step we should think about. And the interoperability for me has to be seen as value in the eyes of those beholders, right? Whether it's taxi drivers. Today we moved on. We kind of expanded that ability to perceive value with this idea from taxi drivers to about 200,000 small mom and pop shops in India. It's operating in 1,000 cities. We have about close to 1 million SKUs available from goods and services available on one big, massive, interoperable open network of commerce in India called ONDC, Open Network for Digital Commerce. Think of it like India's own commerce open internet and not a platform. And every day we see conversations around how it is unlocking value for people whom it matters. We have smallest of artisans able to ship products to customers thousands of miles away at a very low cost of things we talk about, customer acquisition, customer transaction servicing, and able to therefore expand their business. And we are able to do that to find a girl child in a remote part of India, find scholarship just to be taking an exam, online exam, finding scholarship through the same network. So discovering financing support, opportunity to find jobs. So one of the things about interoperability is to think about how we can straddle value in multiple layers and let users see value. Most often, the perception of value comes from the exact service they operate, and they get stuck in these apps. But you need to put interoperability as a core value manifestation in the ants. You work from the value backwards to why interoperability is a way to unlock that vis-a-vis the other closed platforms. So that's one of the things. And we have realized that by driving adoption more than formalizing governance, we were able to achieve a lot more articulation for why interoperability is useful. And now, given that we have a fairly reasonable scale adoption in India, we have done over 200 million transactions on this protocol. We now realize that it can now stabilize, protect those investments that users and the user platforms are making onto this protocol. And to stabilize that and give it a more consistent evolution, we are now formalizing some of the governance structures around it. So adoption preceding governance, value enablement, and value articulation and visibility is one of the things we think about how interoperability has to reach the people. Sometimes otherwise we just keep losing this conversation in a more techno and a policy circles, but how does it matter in the hands of people is something that I think is a very important aspect of how we talk about interoperability and demonstrate interoperability.
So that's very interesting because we often hear that in all those technical alternative spaces, especially the decentralized web community, the open source community, often the technical aspiration and assumption are sometimes disaligned with what users are actually expecting. Many people from that community are often expecting also users to have a certain level of technical ability and to understand things that is part of their language only. And so there's often this obstacle to scalability. So you touched on this and you showed exactly that all of these technical terms are actually translating into usefulness in the daily life. And you could go back on this, but I would like to hear also Wes on this specific part. How do we go beyond those obstacles of technically assuming people have a certain level or ability to understand technically what is a decentralized social graph, for instance, in the case of DSNP, or what is even interoperability? How do we demonstrate the value to them? I think Becken has done a great job at this. What is the perspective of DSNP on that front?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think Suji's made that point really articulately, that people are not wowed by these terms, right? If you go out in the street and say, do you want interoperability? Do you want data agency? That's not top of mind, right? Perhaps to me, because I'm a technologist, but not everyone is thinking about the usefulness of the internet in those terms. And I think it's interesting to look at how these alternatives have evolved as well, and in the social media and social networking space, things like the AT protocol and Blue Sky, the Mastodon and Fediverse community. Many alternative models have been pioneered by essentially marginalized communities that have had strong needs for safe spaces unmediated by centralized controllers. And there's almost a natural suspicion of interoperability in some of these spaces as needing to give something up, because historically that's been the case. It's been a choice between reach and scale of this kind of big room idea of social media on one hand, and then data agency and control and the ability to express oneself authentically on the other. But that's also a very constraining way of kind of thinking about a choice of communication modes. And that's created challenges of interoperability and bridging across both the protocols, but also the kind of content communities, the spheres of content that we think about when we interrogate the internet. We're good at navigating that spectrum as human beings in our real life. So we're used to having spaces of all different sorts of sizes that we can participate in, from a family space to a classroom to our towns and communities, and public speaking in spaces as well. So I think there's a real challenge when we think about these technical affordances and how do we take them mainstream? And I don't mean that in simply just creating one big space, but how do we create a way to connect this social graph that underpins things like DSMP and utilize that in a very useful way across the many spheres that I participate in and you participate in. So if an empowering protocol can give access to all these levels of control and details and so on, you're thinking about this very complicated machine, and how do everyday internet users then operate that machine? That's you don't want to. You want to meet people, where they are and where their understanding of how they can extract the usefulness from these platforms can be. And I think there's several ways to do that. Obviously, you need that underlying kind of protocol and governance layer that's going to protect that ability. But I think that strong defaults and nudges at the intersection of the user experience and the protocol are very important there. You need to create an environment that kind of naturally fits the way people are used to interacting and communicating. And I think there's a real opportunity there as we move forward in the agentic AI era to help translate these human needs and the ability for humans to express how they want to participate in these spaces, and translate those into the technical choices that are embodied in these protocols. So I think it's about creating languages where people can express what usefulness means to them, and have that embodied and expressed as it goes down the stack to the protocol level.
I'm very interested about one thing, and I'll hand it over to Paul after this, but I would like to ask the three of you, especially if you have different opinion, that might be interesting. Do you think in an ideal world that users should know about all these technicalities and about the protocols and know we're very excited about all these things here because we're basically internet nerds? Or is it completely fine if they don't know anything about it, but yet they have the transparency maybe to have a look if they're interested in it? Is there like a strong vision that you have on the level of technical savviness that your users would need to have to use the protocol?
I think if I can speak for everybody here, I don't think there's a difference in the view, but I think I would like to bring certain nuances from my own experience as to how does that translate into a real executable, action on ground to sort of allay those concerns we have with this whole technical aspects, fine aspects of interoperability and putting it to work. I think one of the principles, and I speak not just about our efforts with Beacon Protocol, which has been a 5-year effort as a foundation FIDE. We've been working on across 15, 20 different sectors using the value of interoperable peer-to-peer transaction protocol that Beacon is. But I also speak from the experience that we have garnered over the last 15 years of doing some population scale, open, interoperable infrastructure designs in a country like India, touching 1 billion people through multiple times, 5 or 6 different transformation projects. We had our friends talking about it in the other panel a few minutes ago. And I think one of the principles we have learned from that is very, very important is interoperability is a very natural tool to solve for complexity at a population scale. How do you distribute that ability to solve and allow people to come up with their own contextually relevant cares and solutions to fulfill that care needs interoperability. But to make that happen, we don't think about society rising up to the level of technology. It's the other way. It's about taking technology to the level where the society operates. And I'll give you a few quick examples of how we have manifested that. During the COVID time, of course, all the public aided schools did not have digital infrastructure to get students back to schooling, whether it's from the confines of their home during the pandemic. And it was very natural, like with a typical Valley startup or a Bangalore tech startup, to think of, let's build this cool app and get everybody online and get into these online screens. But one of the ways we thought differently about how technology meets society is to ask this question about what is already abundant in the society around which we can think of technology. And it was very obvious for us to know that what is abundant are the textbooks. It's been there for generations. It's something that everybody keeps and carries, and it's a key sort of a medium of interaction between the pupil and the teacher, and the pupil and the teacher is the relationship, that societal relationship of trust that comes with pupil and teacher is abundant. So why don't we use that abundance and think of technology around it? So instead of building this big app, what we have done is to create a very, very simple interoperable QR code, with a digitally signed QR code, and plant it in the textbooks. Think of this as a digital portal from that area of abundance, from that area where the agency is already available for the students and the teachers. And what was remarkable is that, to this portal, of course, we could bring them access to a whole other lot of content and teaching mechanisms and methods and learning, whether it's from Khan Academy or any other such tools. It allowed market to also participate on that portal rather than creating siloed platforms. They came through that QR code enabled infrastructure for them to offer more learning content. And just to complete this anecdotal example, what was truly remarkable in that experience is we started seeing the scans not happening during the day, during the schooling hours, but in the nights. And we are seeing those scans in the night because we discovered that for the first time, the teachers who are generally incapacitated and lack motivation to prepare for their classes were actually scanning content themselves to access to new contents, new pedagogy styles from other teachers from the community, and actually use that to teach better. So it immediately allowed for it to be a teacher capacity building tool. Same infrastructure, but we could see unforeseen value. And that's where we thought technology is meeting the society, and not the other way. And I can give you many more such examples we have discovered. India could have gone the credit card way for the scale that it is. It could have done another 60 million, this big clunky POS machines as a way to drive electronic payments for safety, security, and creating your data exhaust for your own agency. But we did not go for these big clunky machines. We started printing QR codes and says, what is the abundance here? The abundance is everybody's going to have a mobile phone in India, and India has 900 million smartphones. So we said, rather than making this complicated technology go at scale, we make the scale with technology itself work at scale, not scale what works. And we put these QR codes and we put mobile phones, and today with UPI, which is the other example of a protocol that we built in India before Beacon, does about 18 billion transactions per month. And we got there in 8 years. So this way of thinking about putting technology at the where you can meet the society already is how we should think about technology design in the first place. And we believe in this principle of not scaling what works, like scaling an Uber for the rest of the world, to actually think like internet of what works at scale and then manifest value in areas where there is enough societal abundance of trust and relationships, and use that to harness technology to unlock more value. So these were some of the things about, like I said, a little nuance and long winding answer, Sarah, but thank you for giving me this opportunity.
No worries. I'm also super happy to see that Jean-Bertrand has joined us online. And you already start mentioning examples about functioning at scale digital infrastructure that brings value to citizens. So I'll hand it over to Paul to hand it over to Jean-Bertrand.
Thank you. Jean-Bertrand, I'm very happy that you can connect. Can you hear us correctly? We don't see your video feed yet. If you can unmute and just tell us if you're... Maybe we give Jean-Bertrand just a few more moments so that he can talk from the perspective of the African Union Commission about this, how to scale next generation digital infrastructure for more data agency. I love the discussion about how to create incentives, or Jean-Bertrand said. Jean-Bertrand, are you there?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Wonderful.
I hope my video will also pick up.
We hear you well. We see your virtual background. We don't see you yet.
Okay, perhaps give me a few more minutes. I may switch the device, but okay, let me try and fix my video. Yeah, sorry for that.
No problem at all. We hope Jean-Bertrand can join us. This is part of the beauty of remote participation. So I was really fascinated listening to the remarks about the incentives. You talked a lot about the user incentives and the design, user-centric design of technology, which I believe is so important. I want to share a bit of this ecosystem, the systemic thinking approach that emerged from the Fair Data Economy Task Force. Because the core question was as well the same that we discuss here of how can we scale this new approach, this next generation approach to the digital economy? And the answer is on firm economic grounds. And for this to work, we need not only product market fit in the design of things, but we need to really think systemic. And the systemic sort of actions reside on 4 pillars that I mentioned in the beginning. And I just want to dig a bit deeper because I think it's very important to visualize this almost like a system with small clock wheels that have to be turned almost at the same time. There's not a re-sequencing of one after the other. All has to happen at the same time for this to work, is what the Fair Data Economy Task Force said. The first thing is on entrepreneurship and new business models. What is right now still missing a bit in the world is centers of gravity for impact-focused entrepreneurship that rethinks the value distribution, that gives birth to new, very innovative business models that blend economic growth with data agency. So we really need to think about how to create those new centers of gravity of entrepreneurship to innovate at the business level, the business model level. We talked a lot about next generation digital infrastructure. And here again, it's very important to probably, this is what the Fair Data Task Force told us, to think about it like a foundational step. So there are digital ID systems, there are data architecture pieces, and very important protocols like DSMP, like Beacon, like others, to enable the widespread adoption and drive this mainstream impact. And in addition, at the same time, we also need policy innovation and frameworks, because what is needed is the regulatory enabling environment. So what we need is forward-thinking policies that, one, safeguard data ownership, that defer the right to data agency to users or also businesses, corporate actors, while stimulating innovation and competition to create really a high-performing digital economy that has a sort of leveling the playing field to allow new market entrants with new ideas that really have this product market fit and correspond to this desire of users for better technology with powerful and scalable business models that allow them to really reach mainstream adoption. And the last piece of the puzzle is something that, especially at the Internet Governance Forum, is not a topic that is talked about a lot, which is a shame because it's very important, which is strategic capital allocation. Nothing works without money. So we really need to find ways to mobilize smart capital across private markets. There's also a part of public investment, especially on digital infrastructure projects. The government has to play a part, but how do we also mobilize private market capital, venture capital, and other forms of capital to scale high potential fair data economy ventures and enabling technologies at the infrastructure level? And how do we complement this by more innovative financing mechanisms? So I really invite all of us to think about it in a systemic way. And with this, I want to see if Jean-Bertrand, fantastic, we see you. So without further ado, I want to hand it over to Jean-Bertrand with the question of, what are your key takeaways as a member of the Fair Data Economy Task Force from this effort? And what role does Digital Infrastructure and Data Agency play on the African continent and for your digital strategy in Africa? Jean-Bertrand, can you hear us?
Hello? Yes, I hear. Yes, I think everything is almost perfect now. Hello, can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Can you also see me?
Yes, we can, Jean-Bertrand.
Yes, sincerest apologies. I think I messed up the time zones. You know, I traveled from Addis to South Africa for this G20 meetings, and I completely got lost in the middle of these various time zones. But I really want to thank you, Paul, and thanks thanks to the Project Liberty Institute for organizing this session on such an important topic at the 2025 Internet Governance Forum. It was indeed a privilege to serve as a member of the Fair Data Economy Task Force established and facilitated by the Project Liberty Institute on fair data economy, alongside, as we all know, 17 other distinguished task force members with great minds, including Professor Deron, who, as most of you know, is one of the 2024 Nobel Economic Prize recipients. And we were given the chance, the unique opportunity to really reflect on how to create the conditions to unlock the multi-trillion-dollar opportunity that the digital landscape represents, actually. You will agree with me that with the acceleration of AI economy, which basically relies and builds on the same public digital infrastructure, you will agree that it was actually a very forward-looking exercise that was initiated by the Project Liberty Institute back then. So really thanks Paul, and thanks Bell, you know, all the great mind behind this project. Now, there are some very important recommendations in the in the work we did, and most of which actually resonate with the digital transformation strategy for Africa that we are championing at the level of the African Union, and it's also part that there are some element of it in the AI for Africa that South Africa is championing as part of its G20 presidency. So everything is coming together, and the key question, there are some key questions, you know. The first one is the recognition of the gaps that we are still experiencing 5 years into 2030, which is the target date for the Sustainable Development Goals. There is the recognition of the fact that digital public infrastructure carries or holds an immense potential that could really help unlock some of the economic growth that we need to be able to achieve the SDGs. There are some estimates, but let me just give you this one from Harvard University. It says that digital public infrastructure can unlock value equivalent to 3 to 13% GDP. With an average improvement, which means additional 6% improvement for emerging economy. Now, just to put it into perspective, Africa needs 7% to 10% of economic growth over a period of 30 to 40 years to achieve emerging market status. So if we were to, implement, to invest and be able to reap the benefits of public digital infrastructure, you can see that we will be able to reach those targets in a very short period of time. Because if you accumulate 13 and 6, you're basically at 19. If you make an average of it, you've got what you need to be able to unlock the immense opportunity that the digital landscape offers, and now the digital economy. Now the issue is our government cannot do this alone, because we are also living in an era where close to 3 billion people, or 3.3 billion people, to be very specific, according to UNTAD, live in countries that spend more on debt interest payment. So they therefore do not have the resources to be able to invest in digital public infrastructure. This is the dilemma. We know what digital public infrastructure will help achieve, but the government are constrained. What does that mean? It means a new approach is needed. This is where multi-stakeholderism really holds a great potential. And looking at multi-stakeholderism, it's not really based on just some philanthropic. No. It's based on self-enlightened interest. It is to say the businesses themselves, they stand to benefit from investing in digital public infrastructure, because it will then help unlock all these potential that we are talking about. And the private sector will be the first beneficiary. So we are actually saying, in the context of the digital transformation strategy for Africa, in the context of the AI initiative for Africa, let us invest massively in digital public infrastructure because of the immense potential that it holds, but also because it will help create a win-win situation for all the stakeholders. The businesses, they need to continue growing, and the only way to grow is to invest in those places that are lagging behind. So what is the alternative? The alternative is a fragmented world. The New York Times Magazine released an article that clearly shows that AI is creating a two-pace world, the have and the no have. So the question is, do we want to continue entertaining it? I think the platforms like the Internet Governance Forum actually provide an opportunity to reflect on what needs to be done, building on the work that the organizations, institutions like Project Liberty Institute are doing, and say, let's choose the right answer. Let's not aim for a divided world where we have people sitting at the periphery of the system and people that are moving at a regular pace. The consequence will be continued growing nationalism that we are witnessing, because there would be a lot of people that are disenfranchised. And this is not happening only in the developing world or in the least, in the most impoverished countries. No, these gaps are also in some of the developed countries. So there is really a need to focus on delivering digital public infrastructure that works for everyone, that is sustainable, that is inclusive, and that can really help the world move towards achieving the SDG, at least getting closer, because today it's very clear with 17% of the SDG on target, there is very little we can do. But at least if we do the right thing, we can close the gap a little bit, and then going forward, we will be able to do more. So let me stop here for now, Paul, and looking forward to either the next round of interventions or contributing to other aspects of the discussions. Thank you, and sincerest apologies once again for the mess up. Yeah.
Very happy that you could connect, Jean-Bertrand. I hand it over back to Sarah, live in Norway.
Thank you very much, Jean-Bertrand. I think you made it clear that scalability won't be achieved without substantial investment. And I wish we could talk about investment much more, and we would need probably another session dedicated only to this, but that's a substantial and a key component of also the scalability of digital infrastructure. But you also mentioned something that interests me, is that it needs to work for everyone and it needs to be inclusive. And Wendy, with your broad experience and expertise in designing governance models, how can digital inclusion and equitable participation be realized when we have, and we talked about it during this session, hundreds of millions of users? How can we ensure systems that allow everybody an equal participation and an equal inclusion? And before you respond, I'm happy to see that there is already questions online. After Wendy's response, I'll open the floor to everybody in person, and we'll start with the first question online after Wendy. So, Wendy, over to you.
Thank you, and I'll try to keep it short so that we can get to those questions, even though it's a deep and challenging question, because I think we reach for the essence of participatory design and governance, and to be building with the participation of those who are affected by the systems and ecosystems. And as was referenced earlier, we have people who are at all levels of technological sophistication, all levels of engagement with the technology, those who are designers and builders, those who are users, those who are not yet users because they don't have access to the technology, and finding ways to include all of those perspectives and give people real options for participation, and not just the semblance of inclusion. Is a real challenge, and so I think what we can try to do is to work progressively and to ensure that the structures that we're constructing are as inclusive as we can make them, to represent the experiences of participants from all walks of life. It's important in participatory design to recognize that expertise can take a variety of forms, and that lived experience of a particular background is as important as technological expertise or legal expertise to making an equitable techno-social construction that works for people. But we also recognize we can't do everything at once, and so building a sense of temporariness in the early stages, recognizing that while we can try to do the best we can at inclusive governance, when people come and say they are not yet represented, being open to hearing from them and expanding to be more inclusive is important. I think the where there are resource inequities and imbalances, we need to start by being conscious of that and taking extra steps that what we're designing isn't just enshrining an existing balance of power, but making space for those who don't have the same economic advantage right now. And that's not just an altruistic perspective. It's if we're really talking about how we grow the data economy, it's looking to people who will be participants if given opportunities, and those have to be real opportunities. It's not just the opportunity to be a consumer, but the opportunity to share ideas, to be entrepreneurs, to be social entrepreneurs, and to participate in governance. So those are some of the principles that put in place, and we're working in places like the DSNP governance frameworks to put those into action, and I hope we'll have opportunity to engage more on that in questions and answers.
Wonderful. Thank you, Wendy, for those final insights. So I'd like to ask Xian Hong from UNESCO to ask her question. She is online, and then we'll take your question in person. We'll take them together, and then we'll ask the panel to respond to it as well as you, Jean-Bertrand, if you're still with us. So Xian Hong, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Paul. Actually, congratulations for having successfully raised this important aspect of the data economy, which I didn't see much debate at IGF because we all talk about the data governance from more political angles. So that's really such a value added to the entire IGF. But as you know that we are here working with other governments. So what strikes me that what the panelists would think that this can imply what implications for the governments. What should they do? I mean, in face of this such a multi-trillion-dollar data economy for sustainable development prospect, but also facing so many risks and challenges. And what should we do for governments? Because in the past years, in my work, I've been promoting maybe a more conservative approach that data protection, protecting rights, privacy, but maybe we didn't put the equal and attention on the harnessing the potential of data. But now the data is new opportunities for any country who want to prosper in the digital age. And at the institutional level, I mean, the capacity building, I mean, the new approach, as you just touched upon, what we should do? Because to my knowledge, we had already having maybe 120 countries who have created their data protection authority. If we want to make sure the government cannot miss this opportunity, can put in place the right framework, regulation, policy strategy to encourage this digital infrastructure development and the economy, shall we recommend them to create new institutions for this kind of data agency or data stewardship? Or should we also encourage the existing data authority to expand, enhance their capacity to cope with the challenge of the data economy? That's my question for you. Also, I appreciate the panelists in terms of geographic diversity. If you can share more about the regional perspective, that would be also useful for me. I imagine the situation, the challenge in Asia and Africa and Latin America might be quite different stories. So thank you. I really look forward to learning more from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Xian Hong. So we have a very government-oriented questions for the panel. Could you please introduce yourself and then ask your question, and then the panel can take Xian Hong question and your questions.
Yes, thank you. My name is Veronica. I am with the Youth Pirate Party of Sweden. And I have a question that's not very governmental, more a philosophical question about the future of social networking. I and my party recognize the wills of many people to want to remain anonymous online. And I wonder, with the advent of this, for example, DSNP, the future of an interconnected internet where, for example, your workplace may use the same account as your political opinions on a different social network. Is there any plans to go forward to recognize the right for people to want to remain anonymous on this new internet? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Thank you, Xian Hong. So 2 questions, 2 very different yet complementary questions, I believe, one technical and one philosophical and one more governmental. To the panel, you can go ahead knowing that you have 3 minutes left to respond to all of this. Who would like to go first?
I'll go first to address Veronica's question. And from a DSNP's perspective, I think it's important to maintain that ability to have anonymity or pseudonymity online, and not just in kind of a social communication space, but in all aspects of how we engage online in a digital economy as well. So I think there are affordances within the DSNP protocol and many others to do that, to not be bound to a single identity, to be able to have multiple personas across different aspects of what we do. And I think it's also important to distinguish that from, say, a governmental identity, which I think is appropriate for certain uses, but not necessarily for all the spheres of communication that people want to participate in.
Maybe Jean-Bertrand for the governmental question, if you want to take that one.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Well, thank you so very much for those comments and questions. What is very clear, like I said, is that there is only that much the government can do, but there is what they can do. For instance, what we are doing in Africa, we are laying the foundation, the legal foundation for digital public infrastructure to expand and for the digital economy to thrive. For instance, we had the what is known as the Malabo Convention on data protection, which was there. Of course, it needs to be updated and to take into consideration the evolving environment. We recently, as last year, our heads of state adopted the AFCFTA African Continental Free Trade Area Digital Protocol. We have a protocol on digital trade, which basically provides a framework for accelerating the digital economy in this market of 1.4 billion consumers. It's also clear that the government should, beyond the legislations, there is also a need to put in place the other elements of what would be considered as a conducive, enabling environment. In some instances, for digital public infrastructure, you need even physical infrastructure itself. So the government needs to put in place other legislations, ancillary legislations that are needed. There are also instances where it's just to guarantee the investment to provide the necessary guarantees for investment to step in and deploy the resources that are needed. But what is very clear is that whether governments in some places can do it or not, we still see the opportunity for philanthropics, for the private sector to step in, and this is on account of the huge opportunities that are there, and that they stand to harness if they were to invest. Now, if you just take digital public infrastructure as a road, all of us, we use roads every day without even realizing that someone built it. It's only when it's not there that all of a sudden we realize that, oh, it's actually critical. So I think in areas, in sectors like minerals, there are examples of public-private partnership to build digital public infrastructure. This can be replicated in the digital, in the data economy. We have, like I said, private sector that have gone alone or solo to do it. The M-Pesa revolution in Kenya, for instance, it was all private sector led.
I'm
but
sorry,
today we
Jean-Bertrand. I'm very sorry. We're out of time. There was also a question online that we didn't manage to respond to. So this just proves also all the more how this conversation is important and how it needs to include everybody in the discussion. So I wanted to thank you all so much because we have to leave the room for the next session, unfortunately. But we can definitely continue this discussion. As we mentioned, you can go on projectliberty.io and you can find the Fair Data Economy recommendation. You can also find our recent Digital Infrastructure for Data Agency report. And later today at 2 p.m. at the IGF, for those in person, we'll have a closed-door session to continue and deep dive on those discussions. So if there's anybody interested in joining, please come to us and we'll make that happen. And in the meantime, please join me in thanking this wonderful panel today, and thank you all.
This is the workshop on innovative regulatory policy business strategies to digital inclusion, workshop 484. Sorry, we're just doing a sound test before we start. Want to talk?
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
More.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Carlos. I'm very happy to be in Oslo. Okay, cool.
Claire.
Hi, my name is Claire.
Okay. Good. Right. Good morning, everyone. For those of you who've just joined us and are planning to be part of this roundtable discussion, which it is meant to be, please feel free to come up and join the roundtable so that we can involve you in the discussion. If others of you are here for other reasons, of course, please carry on. But for those of you who'd like to come up here and join us, please do. Right. Okay. Well, we'll start this session. And perhaps just by little bit by way of background, is that this session really is prompted by some work that has been done in the context of the G20 under the South Africa's presidency, which has one of the core pillars, which is being focused on the Digital Economy Working Group, is on equitable digital inclusion. And this very much builds on the previous G20 work done under Brazil, which looked at extending conceptions and measuring meaningful connectivity as developed by the Broadband Commission and the Digital Cooperation roadmap work that was done, which was looking at issues very much of affordability in addition to universal access at a period of time. And then, of course, the meaningful connectivity as developed by the ITU and CETIC for the Brazilian G20 presidency was very much looking at what you required besides a sort of minimal broadband connection. And so the concept of meaningful connectivity included in the Brazilian case, issues of quality, issues of affordability, and then also some acknowledgement from the really extraordinary demand-side work that CETIC does across Latin America, but particularly in Brazil, some of the issues of the kind of digital skills, the basic skills that you would need in order to be able to meaningfully access the internet. So under the South African G20 presidency, the concept of meaningful connectivity has been extended to include some of those out-of-scope factors that the meaningful connectivity work done under the Brazilian presidency was looking at. And those really included what people did online, which are very extensively covered in the African After Access surveys done by Research ICT Africa, and who's a knowledge partner to the South African government for the G20, and is working with the ITU on extending this conception under the presidency. So there we're looking at some of the Brazil out-of-scope issues, which include limitations on people's ability to transact financially. So issues around, are you able to hear? Are you able to hear? Okay. Issues around being able to, for example, digital inclusion, transact digitally online, able to be aware of some of the security threats that might exist online, able to effectively protect your data, those kinds of things. So we look at a lot more things than just the connectivity issues, whether you're able to access government services, whether you have digital ID. It's a very extensive beyond connectivity survey, although fulfills all the requirements of the ITU international standards standardization. So the important part of this complementary aspect to that was saying, despite the evidence that we've had of these primary demand-side constraints, which are attached to affordability, but are not limited only to affordability issues, especially when you're talking about digital inclusion, not simply connectivity. So the results of the data, both in Brazil and in Southeast Asia, where it's been done with partners at Learn Asia, and across Africa, shows that the main barrier to accessing the internet is the cost of the device. Okay, so that's within a whole regulatory business model. That cost of that device, as it currently is and currently regulated, etc., is unaffordable to the majority of Africans. And in fact, for little chance of it being affordable under existing conditions for a lot of the population. The barriers then for data, which are often made as barriers to access, but the barriers to use are then the price of data. But the main barrier is the price of the device. And there are many things that one could do to reduce that device, but the question is whether it could be enough to be affordable. But more importantly, what we see is that when people are online or have access to a device, they are unable to use that device very meaningfully. So, for example, in our micro-enterprise surveys, we see that although a number of people in the South African case, for example, not all across Africa, actually have a smart device, they're only able to use it they only use it for WhatsApp. They're unable to use this whole array of small business apps that now exist, for example. And so I think the important part of this is that because these surveys are nationally representative and we can model them, we can see that the main drivers of internet access and use, the main determinant of whether you're going to have access and how you're going to be able to use it, the intensity of use, the scope of use, correlates with education. So your level of education, which correlates with income, of course, employment and income, will determine whether you have access to the internet and the degree to which you're able to use it meaningfully or effectively or optimally. And certainly whether you can use it for not just transacting that, but for purposes of production or well-being of your home, etc. So the main issue that's been presented with the ongoing work by multilateral organizations within the Broadband Commission and across the UN is that there is still a focus in addressing the digital divide on issues of connectivity. Current projects, there's very, very large multi-million euro projects underway that are trying to establish what existing investment is needed to ensure that the last 8% of the population, only 8% of the population aren't under current mobile broadband coverage. And so the challenge for us is that we've got least developed countries throughout Africa, Rwanda, Uganda, Mozambique, with above 95% coverage, some of them 99% coverage, and yet they have less than 20% connectivity. So the challenge is, for many countries, is not a supply-side challenge, and I am talking just about digital inclusion, so basic level. Of course, those economies need to be able to develop 4 and 5G, all sorts of other business things, but in terms of addressing the inclusion problem, some of our challenges have been that we continue to look at costing 4G, 5G infrastructure that's needed to get universal, coverage at a global level, when in fact we could be getting reasonably meaningful connectivity, even at 3G, but arguably at 4G, and we have that across many countries. But people are unable, nevertheless, despite having coverage, to use the internet. They either cannot afford it, or they do not have the educational skills to use it meaningfully, or even very often beyond quite basically. So what we are trying with this initiative under the G20, South Africa's G20 presidency, is to say, let's respond to this now quite large-scale Global South evidence that the primary constraints on internet access are demand-side constraints, and start shifting the discussion on the digital divide from a purely connectivity discussion with possibly a little bit of kind of digital skills, digital literacy. That is not going to be sufficient to systemically move countries towards digital equality. So shifting this discussion purely from a connectivity debate to a non-connectivity debate to actually saying, how do we firstly identify digital inequality? How do we measure it? And what are the policy responses that we need to redress it? And I think this is the sort of fundamental digital digital equality paradox, this wicked policy problem that we've been facing, that the Global Digital Compact tries to address, that multiple rounds of the G20 under India, Brazil and South Africa's developing country economies are trying to address, is that actually as we layer these new technologies over existing structural and other inequalities, we are actually amplifying those inequalities. And unlike the old voice and text kind of environment where one knew that one was doing that between the connected and the unconnected, it's not only between the connected and unconnected, of course it's there, but it's also between those who are barely connected, who are on tiny bits of data, really not meaningfully connected, and those who are able to transact effectively and participate in the economy, seeing as this is a digital economy working group focus, and then of course those who are able to produce using these technologies. So with that longer than intended introduction, let me turn to our panelists here, and of course our wonderful panelists online, which I shall hopefully are still online, and I should have introduced much earlier on. But in the room here we have Carlos Rey Moreno, who is from the APC, from the Association for Progressive Communication, but worked along intersections with various other NPOs over many years in the area of digital inequality and connectivity and inclusion and community networks specifically, but he's going to talk about new developments around social enterprises today. And then we also have Claire Sipthorpe, who is with the GSMA, and particularly the Mobile for Development, Inclusive Development component of that, is going to speak to us about GSMA's long-standing work in this area. And then we've got online Steve Song, now from the Internet Society. I think many of you might have know Steve very well from Mozilla and various other things before. And then we also have Gillian Marcel, who is joining us, I think, from Germany today, but usually not there. Who's an independent consultant, but I think many of us will be known to many of us as working extensively across Africa, especially in the very exciting early days of mobile mobile telephony, actually, initially, and then it's all happened so fast. And then, of course, very much involved with the policy and regulatory initiatives towards getting universal access, both within multilateral organizations, but also technically advising operators and regulators across the continent. So a very exciting team, which is finally we've joined by Sophie Maddens, who works with the ITU and has been very involved with the World Development Telecommunications Conference, which you can also update us on, who've also been preoccupied with the kind of extensive demands on regulators and, the extended mandates that they're facing with these rapidly diversifying technologies and the demands that are arising from those. So I think we are just going to start off with Sophie telling us a little bit about what the ITU is doing in this area. I think she has also been tracking what we've been doing within the G20 with the ITU partnerships in many of the digital areas. But Sophie, just if you could tell us where some of the intersections between these issues that we're discussing, these demand-side constraints, and some of the very interesting regional deliberations you've had on these issues.
Thank you, Alison, and good morning, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Alison, if you permit, I'm going to build on your introductory statements because really you set the scene in a perfect manner. Because we all see how digital has and continues to impact all sector and aspects of our lives. So think of e-health, e-agriculture, e-education, and e-government services, innovation opportunities for value creation, and the skills needed for adoption, and the infrastructure for access, because it's really about access, adoption, and value creation. That's what the digital transformation is all about. So, but we still have 2.6 billion people not connected to the internet. So there is and must be a sense of urgency with all these people still unconnected. And that really is the core of our work, really that sense of urgency to connect the unconnected, but also to make sure that everybody has a meaningful experience through the connectivity. Our concern is as well that the digital divide still persists in many areas, rural areas, urban areas, across income, across gender, across age groups. And there are deep new divides that have emerged for vulnerable groups. So really addressing that demand side is key, because the challenge, it's not just one of infrastructure development. And of course, as ITU, we work on infrastructure development. But expanding that connectivity is not enough, because having access or being online are not sufficient to benefit fully from the connectivity. And today we see deep divides. So we see the risk of creating a multi-speed digital world, as you yourself mentioned, Alison. And so the fear is that a privileged few, those equipped with infrastructure, with skills, with the resources, with the expensive devices, that they are the ones that drive and benefit from AI innovation, while marginalized or vulnerable communities and groups are left behind. And so that's why that universal and meaningful connectivity, it's important to consider and address that. And how do we define it? It's enabling everyone to enjoy a safe, enriching and productive online experience at an affordable cost. It does not mean everybody must be connected all the time, but it describes a situation, as you said, Alison, where anyone can access the internet, but optimally, affordably, whenever and wherever they need. And that also must be an objective of digital policy. So as you said, UMC is built on 6 interdependent dimensions: quality of the connection, availability for use, affordability of devices, skills, and security. And each of these dimensions contribute to that meaningful digital experience and strength, and one cannot compensate for weakness in the other. So UMC has and must continue to be a vital policy objective. And let me highlight one issue here. Data is key to the success of this policy objective, because you cannot fix what you do not know. Achieving UMC also requires a holistic strategy. So we think of infrastructure development, but also policy frameworks, education initiatives, and of course, the multi-stakeholder engagement. And let's go even further to ensure that no one is left behind, which brings me to digital inclusion, which is that holistic intersectional approach to promoting ICT and digital accessibility, so that we can together build a digitally inclusive world for all, regardless of age, gender, ability, or geographic location. And that's why we at ITU are keen to share best practices, foster regional and global collaboration, so that together we can build those inclusive societies, economies, and environments. And we provide assistance to our membership to formulate, implement, and promote ICT policies and strategies for digital inclusion. And we also work to empower diverse groups, including youth, women and girls, particularly in rural, remote, underserved and unserved areas and communities, but also including older persons like myself, persons with disabilities, and persons with specific needs, and of course, Indigenous people and communities. That to reduce the digital divide and enable everyone to actively participate in the digital world. I'll leave it at that for now and come back with more thoughts later.
Thank you very much for that, Sophie. And we'll move on to Steve Song to talk about it, just reminding us that in this round, we just want to identify what exactly the problem is, your take on what those problems are, and then we'll move to solutions in the next round. And then also just to, again, invite the audience who want to participate on the round table and pose questions or just listen closer by. Please do feel free to come up and join the conversation. Steve, over to you.
Thanks, Alison. I think we exist at a particularly critical point at the moment in that with two conflicting trends. One is that the growth of access is plateauing, right? And that is, the reason for that is that we've connected the parts that are easy and affordable to connect, and that the people can there's a business model to sustain connectivity there. The remaining 2.9 billion are going to require a different approach. At the same time, as you mentioned, Alison, telecommunications and the internet is a force multiplier. It's an amplifier. And so those 2.9 billion people who are unconnected are falling further behind all the time as those with access actually, profit from the benefits of access. So having a strategy now that focuses on the inclusion of everyone is absolutely critical. And I think this points to regulatory issues where we've been focused on, promoting competition. Well, that's still extremely important, but we need to now go beyond competition and have strategies for inclusion. And the existing models, which have been extraordinarily successful to date, especially mobile networks and their growth, remain a tremendously important mechanism for providing affordable access. But there's limits to how far they can go and what they can do, and whether their business models are viable in the most challenging parts of the world. And the way I like to describe this is, if you think of connectivity as a jar you're trying to fill, in every country there are typically 2 or 3 or 4 mobile network operators, and they're like stones you're trying to fit into that jar, and you can fit 3 or maybe 4 stones in that jar, and the jar looks full. But in fact, if you fill that jar with water, still more than 50% of it remains empty. And what is needed now is regulation that actually, accommodates those smaller operators, those differently shaped operators, whether they're, municipalities or cooperatives or nonprofits or national research and education networks that can fill in those shapes in different ways. And another way of explaining this is to say, you think of it like forest management. Monocultures have historically been extraordinarily unsuccessful, very vulnerable, and not the way to create a healthy ecosystem. In a healthy ecosystem, we want to protect small plants and new growth to create diversity in the ecosystem. And we need to do the same thing with telecommunications and the internet. We need to protect small operators and encourage their growth so that they create different business models. They challenge affordability paradigms, and they go where large operators you don't necessarily want to go. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Steve. I've been biting my tongue trying to, since Sophie spoke, to just urge you to look at the paper where we do applying the universal meaningful connectivity conception, not even our own more extended equitable digital inclusion conception, point out that 2.6 unconnected in terms of basic connectivity, as previously described, in terms of the application of meaningful connectivity, which the G20 under Brazil very courageously looked at Brazil and their universal access figure previously, their internet penetration figures previously above 80%, when they applied the meaningful connectivity formula, went right down to 20%. So using again the same extrapolation, yes, 2.6 people unconnected, and as Sophie points out, such bad data that those could be out by, several 100,000, possibly millions. But that's another part of that we are also trying to promote. But the figure more like the people who are really not digitally included, substantively digitally included, is much closer to 4 billion or 4.5 billion. In terms of that definition that we've used before and that we are now using in the South African G20 process. So it's getting those unconnected, but also those not meaningfully connected online. So Claire, perhaps if you'd come in there, because Steve has mentioned some of the limitations, but despite the success of the mobile operators, especially on the African continent, there are some limitations now in reaching those so-called uneconomic areas or people, subscribers.
Yeah, thanks so much, Alison. And I'm going to talk about, obviously from the mobile perspective, because that's, mobile is the primary way most people, and often only way most people access the internet. And I think, we also do these country national representative surveys like Research ICT Africa and find exactly the same things as you're finding. And if we look at the problem, so in terms of mobile internet, if 57% of the world is now connected to mobile internet, of the unconnected, if you break it down, there's only 4% who don't live in areas without coverage, mobile broadband coverage. So the majority of those, so 39%, which is 90% of the unconnected, live in areas where there's covered, but they can't use it. So if 90% of the people who are not connected, it's not a coverage issue. It's the fact that they have face other barriers to using it. And the people who are unconnected, and I think it's been mentioned already, it's predominantly people in rural areas, people with lower education, lower income, women, persons with disabilities. So we, for example, just published our latest mobile gender gap report, which shows that women in low and middle income countries are 14% less likely than men to use the internet. And in fact, that gender gap has stalled. So we're not seeing, a great deal of progress in that regard. But in our surveys, we look at, why are people not using the internet or not getting online? And then once they're online, why are they only using it in these very limited ways, as you said? And our research has similar findings to you. So the biggest barrier to getting online is the affordability of a device. And you mentioned it, also about how it's challenging. And I think if I'm always struck by the number from Africa. If you, in our analysis, we looked at if you were in the poorest 20% of people living in sub-Saharan Africa, it's costing 99% of your average monthly income to buy an entry-level internet-enabled device. So this is a very significant problem that needs a lot of thought in terms of how to address it. It's not an easy solution. There's the two top barriers to getting online is the affordability of device, and the second is literacy and digital skills. And then once people go online, we ask people what's stopping you from using it more. Why is it this sort of limited? And in our research, it's showing again. Safety and security concerns become a big issue. Affordability, more of data at this point also emerges. So, we have to look at the barriers around affordability, skills, relevance of relevant content and services, safety and security issues. If we're really going to move the needle and we're really going to get people online, not just online, but using it to help meet their life needs, and it's that usage gap. It's that that really is where we need to be focusing our efforts to really move the needle. And like you, it's segments like women who are lower income, lower education are disproportionately affecting. But we've also done some analysis that looked at if you held the same women and men of the same income education levels, there would still be, for example, a gender gap because things like social norms and these other factors also play. So if you're you have to consider these structural inequalities as well as social norms and some of these big barriers, and we need to think beyond coverage, and we need to think and we need to think beyond a certain single stakeholder as and how we can address these barriers, as has been said repeatedly in this panel. Now it's only exacerbating inequalities, and it's absolutely critical that we move this needle.
Thank you so much. And as before we carry on, I'm just going to ask the audience, particularly to sort of prime themselves. We've been talking about, and we'll continue to talk about, a lot of access solutions, regulatory strategies to reduce prices, issues of affordability. But I think, a lot of this demand-side evidence is demonstrating that we can no longer solve this problem with siloed sort of sectoral solutions. We can remove taxes from mobile phones. We can do a number of things, but actually we really need transversal digital policies that will focus on our education challenges, these fundamental challenges that we are facing, human development challenges, and that the gender questions as have been historically posed, which homogenize women, really aren't helping us with policy interventions that really need to be focused at women at the intersection of those multiple other inequalities. So if you look overall at issues of sort of rural deficits in terms of access to the internet, and you compare it with gender, rural is worse off. Now, obviously, there's also a lot of women concentrated in those rural areas. But in fact, if you look at some of our data with, it's an issue of the poor. And it's also issues of kind of location and those kinds of things. So if there were actually, they're poor men who are worse off than urban poor women just because of their proximity. So we really need sort of far more nuanced interventions, but we also need interventions that are way beyond certainly the telecommunication sector, communication sector, the historical sectors that look at this problem. If we can go to Carlos. Carlos, some of the problem setting has been stated, so please do just add to that. Yeah. But if you'd also just move to what you see as some of the possible solutions that we could deal here on the access side, and then we're hoping for some really innovative responses on some of the non-access ways in which we can address this problem as well.
Thank you so much, Alison. And I want to go back to one of the points that you mentioned in the introduction around costing, how much money is needed to close the digital divide from an infrastructure point of view. And I believe there are way too many conversations about costing. How much does it cost to close the digital divide? And I believe we are going to hear a new figure at some point this year. And not that much about how that investment could be used differently, how to enable other models. No? In also coming from the G20 in Brazil, the Digital Investment Infrastructure Initiative from the ITU and several second-tier development banks stated that stakeholders should think beyond typical for-profit models to cover 70% of the remaining access gaps. Financing the same actors, considering the same ways of building infrastructure is leading to some part of this inequality that we see. Due to the return on investment that they are seeking, due to other practices as we've heard. But it is surprising to also see that the Global Digital Compact is referring to investing in local networks to close the digital divide, right? Because why it happens that some of these local networks are socially driven models that go way beyond the transactional way that we've understood the internet so far. Enterprises are transacting for a price, a service that is internet connectivity, period, right? There are these other models based on socially driven intentions, I would say, or bottom lines, social bottom lines or environmental bottom lines, social enterprises that go beyond those transactional models, those transactional services. They provide social inclusion services. They provide transformational services that at the end of the day create a circular economy, maintain the money locally to develop other small enterprises that develop the local skills required not only to run that particular local network, but to run other businesses in the community that contribute to creating culturally relevant content and services using sensor networks, for instance, and that contribute quite significantly to local innovation. We were talking about innovation before. The amount of innovation that can come from the communities and from the rural areas is astonishing, addressing their own community needs and their own problems. Yet, education systems are more proposing that those rural people go and contribute to the economies as we see them in urban areas and not to the problems that they are facing locally. So thinking through how that supply and demand meet with these type of interventions that stimulate circular economies locally, I think is also a way of thinking about the equitable digital inclusion that you alluded to, Alison. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll come back to that. Before we go into speaking a little further on some of the solutions, are there any questions from the room as we also try and gather some questions online? I know we've got a number of people online. Are there any questions or comments from the room at this point? Okay, Leslie, what do we have online?
If we can turn to Peter for that, but also to hear from Gillian as well.
Yep. Okay, so while we gather some of those online questions. We are also going to ask Gillian to come in. Gillian, if you could also add to your extensive experience on what some of the problems are, but also move on to what you see as some of the solutions, which I know you've put a lot of thought into.
Certainly, and thank you so much, Alison, for the invitation to join this panel with so many pioneers. Actually, I want to go in a different direction, if I may, because I think it's important to actually put a theoretical framing on this question of how do we actually achieve equitable digital inclusion, because all of those premises and all of those words actually matter. And in listening to my colleagues, and I was listening very carefully, what I didn't hear come up is the root causes that lead to exclusion and that lead to inequity. And the root causes, in my view, are the fact that we have an extractive economic system on which we are then trying to layer demand and supply side solutions. So, to my mind, equitable digital inclusion will be achieved when laws, regulation, policy, ecosystem strengthening, entrepreneurship, finance, and investment take place. But if they do within the status quo, then nothing will change. And we will still have what we've called the unconnected last mile problems. And we will still be talking about the things that we've been talking about for 25 years. And my own work in this area has been, as Alison mentioned, from the policy and regulatory lens, but I was also deeply involved in financing, and not financing at a small scale, but financing from the pioneers of the African telecoms revolution. And I will say that there was innovation at a narrative level in that time, which is now nearly 25 years ago, because when we were making models to look at whether or not investing in Nigeria was a good thing for MTN to do, there was no data. And so when I hear my colleagues talk about the fact that you can't get reliable information about the cost of a handset or what you would price data at, that leaves out a fundamental issue, which is risk. We want to encourage the private sector to take risks and to benefit from a return. And so whatever we do from the policy and regulatory domain should not exclude or leave out the fact that some private sector solutions and providers will succeed and others will fail. And there should not be an attempt to stop that from happening under the presumption that that is the way to connect the unconnected. One final point. If a mobile handset, like the one I have here, is an asset for production and for well-being, there are in existence alternative collateral models for financing things that people need. And so, in looking at the things that we need to be doing, not only from a policy and regulatory side in the telecoms or in the tech sector, we also need to be looking at what are the enabling conditions that would allow for a variety of solutions that tackle all of the very good things that I've heard from my colleagues, but do not assume that the direction of change is going to be coming from policy and regulatory only. Because that then leaves out a very important engine of change, which has been shown to work. And I'll leave it there for now and say a little bit more about what I think needs to be done so that we don't end up with a digital society that is anywhere like the United States, where you've had Silicon Valley and Silicon Valley values and norms produce a digital society that is about as toxic as we could possibly imagine. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much for that, Gillian. I'm hoping that we'll get some responses to that. I did want to draw your attention, those of you who've had a chance to look at the issues paper, to indicate that this is not only a policy and regulatory alternatives. We're looking at alternative business strategies. We're looking at cooperatives, social enterprises, which we'll come back to. I think we are, though, looking at some of the public interest policy and regulatory failures that we've seen. And I think we are looking at new shifts that are acknowledging that despite the enabling conditions that have been created for the extraordinary investments that we've seen by mobile networks on the African continent, but also now, of course, fiber networks across the continent, the creation of these conditions, we've prioritized the supply side valuation of resources and really neglected the demand side valuation of resources that would recognize these critical resources, as digital public goods and increasingly global digital public goods that require demand side interventions if they are to serve as critical inputs in the economy and to be universally accessible as we require digital public goods to be. And so one of the mechanisms that we think is a real travesty in the long theoretical and economic regulatory competition levers that they're meant to be is the market reviews that have barely been conducted on the African continent, and the the need to assess dominance in markets and effectively remedy that. And I think there's extraordinary evidence of the impacts of wholesale access regulation in opening up markets that has been got to the point where it's meant to be implemented and would have changed the environment very, very differently to what it is now. And through the ethos of creating the certainty for investors and getting the certainty for investors, I would argue, Gillian, there's been an open conversation to that. That commercial supply side assessment spectrum with anything that's gone without creating the public value, the commons aspects of this that would have allowed greater inclusion. And I know, Steve, your work has also focused on this, and now not only kind of wholesale, leased facilities and those kinds of things, but of course, very importantly, with mobile operators in many parts of the continent actually being the dominant operators, no longer the old fixed networks, access to APIs that would have just changed this environment entirely. And I just wondered if you want to pick up on that.
Yeah, I think wholesale access is increasingly a massive barrier to the development of affordable access. Typically, in many countries, it costs more to transit inside the country via fiber than it does to connect internationally, and there has to be mechanisms for bringing down the cost of backhaul, which is increasingly the highest burden of cost, for, especially for small operators in terms of operating costs. Things like structural separation, breaking out the backbone from the incumbents and setting it up as a separate company is a great step forward. But I think there are even better things to do. One of my favorite examples is Chorus in New Zealand, who is formerly part of the incumbent and was separated out into a backbone network across New Zealand, and who have implemented effectively flat pricing across the country. So anywhere you can connect to a Chorus network, you can peer at the same price as if you are in the capital city or very close to it. And that's a huge issue. We see national research and education networks like Tenet Sanren in South Africa implementing the same thing so that universities connect to their national backbone network at the same price, no matter where they are, whether they're rural or urban. If you were to implement those strategies across, say, state-owned backbones, you would unlock competition. You would incentivize small operators to deliver services in rural areas where they simply can't at the moment because of the cost of backhaul.
Thanks very much for that, Steve. Claire, I was wondering if you wanted to come in on the mobile and the regulatory, and possibly what alternatives GSMA is looking at in addressing these sort of so-called uneconomic areas.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
also if you do have non-mobile strategy, non-technical or sectoral strategies, if you're actually supporting education or other initiatives, please highlight those as well.
Yeah, as I said in sort of the opening comment, I think the biggest issue in terms of connectivity is not the coverage. I mean, obviously coverage is important, but it's not only a coverage issue. And on the coverage point, I think, where those areas where it's not economical for operators to cover, looking at how they can be covered and the different models is really important. But I do think that we need to also really look at these, coverage is, the data shows coverage is not going to get people connected and using the internet. Coverage alone. Obviously, coverage is an important prerequisite, but alone it's not, as I said, 90% of the people who are not using it are covered. So what we do need to do is address things like affordability of devices. And I think there's a range of strategies that can be done there. Taxation is a big issue, reducing taxation, looking at innovative device financing schemes, looking at subsidy schemes, because the cost of these devices is not on its own going to get down to the level that the people who are not connected can afford. So we need to think about that. But literacy and digital skills are also critical, and again, I think that requires multi-stakeholder, multi-agency intervention. So we need to be building in digital skills, across education and training programs of the government and across, and ensuring that those things, those initiative help highlight, how the internet's relevant for different segments. I think a lot of the time we see in our research, people say this, it's not for me because they see rural maybe in the marketing or awareness campaigns, urban men, and not necessarily reflecting themselves and their life needs, but also ensuring that those training campaigns build in elements around how to keep yourself safe and secure online and address all those issues. And I think in terms of what the mobile operators, so I think, first of all, I think it can't be done by one stakeholder, but mobile operators are doing this. So they're doing a range of device financing, looking at data that they get from their networks to as alternative credit scorings to provide device financing, providing a lot of digital skills training. We have GSMA has created a mobile internet skills training toolkit, which is a free open source Creative Commons training content that can be used to provide people the basic skills to get online, to use the internet and use it safely. It's now been used, across 40 countries, been trained. I think 75 million people now at least have been trained. So I think we're trying, because I think we found a lot of the digital skills campaigns are also focused on laptops and tablets, but those are not the devices people are using their hands. And so they weren't able to translate that training into ways that they could use in their lives. So we've tried to address some of that gap. But I think it requires, interventions by quite, a range of people. And I think we need to be focusing on these sort of, as you say, the demand side barriers, and we need to be thinking across stakeholder groups as to how we do that, to make sure that we're really able for people to get online and get online safely and meet and use the internet to meet their life needs. So,
thanks very much, Claire. Carlos, could you talk to us a little bit about, we've spoken about some of the sort of failures, regulatory failures and those sorts of things, but and in regard to some of the more kind of systemic issues around, that would change things at scale around getting greater competition and through wholesale access and driving down prices. But there've also been, when Steve was speaking in the beginning about a few big stones, or just like, lots of stones, or I think, as Steve's often said, let 1,000 flowers bloom kind of models. The ability of niche innovations, community services, now social enterprises services to break into the system has, had relatively high regulatory transaction costs. Mm-hmm. And what do you see as the key levers there if one accepts that these are actually the way that one can address some of the systemic challenges that we're facing?
Thank you so much, Alison. Well, I think one of it, or the most important one, is recognition and a deepened insight into the value of a diversified ecosystem of actors. We see that still there are, like this mindset of only traditional large operators, countrywide operators can solve certain problems. And again, those are doing great, but only contributing or providing services from that transactional perspective that I was alluding to, and not entering in the transformational aspect that the internet could bring into this aspect. So that would be the one, recognition that other actors are needed and that other actors are contributing. Because when those actors are provided with an enabling regulatory environment, well, here in Europe, for instance, where there is a vast array of small operators providing fiber optics, wireless, you name it, even private mobile networks in certain areas, you just need to declare your activity, your provision of telecommunication services. In the Philippines, you need a congressional franchise. The Congress needs to allow you to deploy infrastructure. So reducing the regulatory barriers of what do you need to actually start some sort of a business practice, whether social or not, certainly is going to allow for those small stones that Steve was alluding to actually grow and thrill, right? I think also touching a bit on what Gillian was saying about that we need to establish innovative financing and investment models that allow these small and localized operators to thrill. I have the feeling that in the financial sector, a lot of the interest has been on supporting the interest of capital and not supporting the interest of people. I think 20 years after WSIS, we need to start recognizing the financial models to think through or to understand how we can support smaller operators, smaller ticket sizes, understanding what are the needs of those smaller actors are critical, and there are starting to be some very interesting models around this. And lastly, capacity building. We are super proud to have launched last week the first course with the ITU in Africa for technical promoters at the community level after 5 editions in Latin America. And I think once you have that regulatory frame, once you have the recognition, once you have the regulatory framework, once you have the innovative financing and investment models in place, if enough skills and enough awareness is around for people to take benefit and advantage of this financing and these regulatory interventions, we see this thrilling. In Kenya, there are 20 community networks already, and more will come. In Colombia, there are across the same number. In Brazil, that there has been a magnificent collaboration with the regulator. There are more than 50, right? So when those things start to appear, more of those diversified actors and local innovation is going to take place to create those other impacts that I was alluding to in relation to circular economies, local innovation, and culturally relevant content and services. So, yeah.
Carlos, I suppose some of the skepticism is kind of scaling this. That yes, great to see that capacity building. How many people have been trained? How many people can be trained? So what kind of more systematic opportunities there are. But I think some of the kind of collective response. So if one enables all of these smaller providers, if one enables different kinds of capacity building, if one gets curriculum actually, it's sort of properly more entrenched in curriculums and stuff. Collectively, we could see some outcomes. But I think one of the main challenges, one of the things has been around like demand stimulation. That actually, for the people now who are not online, big challenges around awareness of the internet. These are obviously least educated people, and of course, very little local language content for people. So there seems to be a particular role for these social enterprise organizations, community organizations that are able to also produce content that could stimulate the internet take-up.
So someone that was said at a session yesterday was in relation to fair trade, right? Was in relation to creating the same environment as has been created for social and solidarity economy in other sectors, agriculture, retail, you name it, to really reach the scale that there would be enough products and trainings and whatnot, as you were saying, whole of government approach. If this was a course that every Tibet in every country would teach how someone could start a small business in their area around telecommunications as they do with agriculture or with retail or with car mechanics or whatever, certainly you can start creating this type of scale that you were referring to. And the same with mechanisms, with financing mechanisms. We were talking this morning at a discussion with someone that in Kenya you need at least 20% of interest to pay 20% of interest rates to get a loan for a small operator, because there is not that understanding, there is not that awareness in the financial sector locally that these small operators can actually do any of this, right? So that type of financial sector deepening, that type of engaging with local financial institutions so they can make available products that are accessible for small operators and small social enterprises in the country would be very much necessary, I think, for that side of scale. Going again to the 1,000 flowers blooming that Steve was talking about. But we need to look at it ecosystemically. If it's 3 or 4 philanthropic organizations giving grants here and there, we're not going to tackle any problem whatsoever.
Yeah. And of course, you say whole of government, but I think some of the problems have been is there's been a lot of investment focus in government and across government. But actually what we need is a whole of society kind of approach that hopefully government will play a more active role in creating that public value kind of environment that we want for this. I'm hoping we can go on to some questions before we go back to Gillian. Actually, Gillian's got her hand up. So let's take Gillian's question. Gillian's response while we look. Leslie, I'm hoping that you can see Peter, or can Peter hear me directly? Okay, so if we can just line up some questions, Peter. And then we've got a question, fortunately, at our very small round table. Please do come and join us. Gillian, do you want to go ahead? And then we'll take one from the floor and then we'll go online.
Certainly. What I wanted to come back to is the issue of dominance and your point about and I am assuming that you're talking about regulatory agencies in developing countries have not taken the opportunity to look at dominance and industry concentration and so on in the tech sector. And of course, we know exactly why that is the case, because so much of what happens in what is called the digital space gets its way of being from what is happening in the United States. And 25 years ago, a decision was made that deregulation and not even applying, Alison, this will be in your wheelhouse, not even applying broadcast regulations to all of these platform companies. So that the zeitgeist for regulation and public interest, the notion that tech should serve the public interest, shifted And it shifted 25 years ago. And so we must acknowledge that. Because the reason that we are struggling with connectivity plus and so on is because people are being treated like consumers in a neoliberal framing rather than citizens who have the right to communication and the rights to access. 25 years ago, we would be having a different conversation. 25 years ago, we also had pushed the multilateral organizations into recognizing the concepts that you are speaking about, the global commons, telecoms, and so on as global public goods. And we need to get back to that. Because if we don't and recognize just how far that shift has happened, unlike when Nelson Mandela was saying in 1996 that there are more fixed lines in all of Manhattan than there are in all of sub-Saharan Africa. Now, what we can say is there are people in the Bronx and in New York who cannot get access to internet. So it is the underlying economic system, not even finance. The economic system says you treat people like consumers in a market for profit maximization, and then you layer everything on top of that. So that's what I wanted to come back to, because all of the things that we are talking about, market concentration, regulatory capture, the limits of regulatory power, the sort of the meekness of those interventions also come from that shaping of the frame. And there are things that we can do. We should not accept that it's a foregone conclusion, but we must also see from where this has originated as well.
Thank you so much, Gillian. And we have a question from our roundtable. If you'd introduce yourself, and then I see somebody standing up there as well. Please, if you want to join us, do. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes. So I'm Leandro Navarro. I'm coming from an initiative called e-reuse and also from APC. And I wanted to highlight, because it's being discussed, when it comes to talking about inclusion, it makes sense to count in, let's say, millions or billions, not unconnected. But when it comes to meaningful connectivity, probably you don't find it on the amount of packets, IP packets that you get, but on what you do. What you do, what
Exactly.
the labels, the value, and so forth. But also, as it was commented, I haven't seen anyone connected directly to the internet. They connect through a device. And so, typically, we've been looking in community networks or in network infrastructure to the last mile. But I think it's important to look at the last meter, because in the last meter is when the action happens, when the meaningful part occurs. So imagine that we are talking about water. It's very important to have water, but it depends if I have a glass, or if I have a toilet, or if I have a swimming pool. It's completely different, and that is the meaning there. I'm swimming, I'm doing exercise, or I'm eating because I have a pot and I'm cooking my food. So you cannot see it on the network layer. So I think it's important to look at the last meter. And in the last meter, well, there are devices. It's not the same. We have been doing projects in which we go to schools in Uganda and we replace mobile phones by laptops, because a mobile phone is not useful for learning, but a laptop can be. So it makes a big difference. So once we go beyond the challenge of bringing the internet there, then the next thing is which device is there. And it's interesting to see that there are unconnected people, but also there are unused devices. And then regarding affordability, there is this interesting opportunity that there are devices which are no longer used by one owner, but still they have a lot of years of lifespan. And then, refurbish them, collecting them, and giving them to people that need a device that it shouldn't be the last model in the market, can also help. connecting the unconnected by supplying them unused devices and helping the environment. So, I mean, there are a lot of potential in the last meter and also in creating affordable devices which do not need to be manufactured again. So, well, I think it's, just this is being discussed. I think the user device makes a lot of sense, a lot of meaning to the user. Of course, the user has to know what to do with it, but the device is not the same a glass than a swimming pool. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that input. I think the importance of connectivity and the device, and these are absolutely necessary conditions. So nobody's saying that these access issues aren't absolutely critical. I think the device refurbishment is a nice example. I think we have it in the issues paper, but I think it could be, Brazil, for example, has really very interesting examples of recycling within their circular economy policy and practice that are kind of scalable, because I think in many of our environments they've been little small project here for retraining people or something like that. So kind of getting those there's innovation out of constraint that Africa's famous for, models more effectively working to get the kind of systemic and scaling. I am hoping that some questions that we got lined up from the thing and here are also going to deal with some of the non-access issues, but please go ahead anyway.
Hi, so my name is Kevin Hernandez, and I work at the Universal Postal Union, which is the UN organization that deals with the postal sector. And my question is specifically about the non-access issues. So I think, and I want to thank all of you for all the solutions that you put forward on this panel. They've all been very interesting. And specifically, I want to thank, I don't know your name, but the person who mentioned something about community-based organizations, because I think they also play a very critical role in the last mile, not just in connecting people, but also dealing with the immediate risks of digital exclusion. And what do I mean by that? I mean, in the case when someone is not connected and all the services in their country are digitalized and you can no longer access things in person, where do people usually turn to? They usually turn to a library, they turn to a post office that might be offering e-government services and digital financial services, or they might turn to an NGO, or they might turn to some other community-based organization. But I don't really hear many solutions that are put forward that kind of focus on connecting these intermediaries, because these intermediaries play a big role in ensuring that the immediate effects of exclusion are not felt today. So we're not going to connect all the unconnected anytime soon. There are billions of them. So what do we do now to ensure that these kind of intermediaries are not left in a place where they're left to fend for themselves without any support? We need to also support these intermediaries, and how do we do that? And also, I just want to flag that I work for the UPU, and I work for a project that aims to connect every post office to the internet and leverage them for digital inclusion. So anybody who would like to learn more, you can come and find me. I have some concept notes about our project. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very useful input. And to say that, of course, a lot of the work that has been done by APC in this area and Mozilla under Steve. But anyway, I think just to emphasize that if the importance of intermediaries hasn't been highlighted enough, it absolutely should be. And I think when we were talking about some of the high transaction costs for community services and those kinds of things, is precisely to enable that kind of intermediary intervention. I think another interesting policy aspect to that, though, the challenge has been not to allow the state to abdicate its responsibilities to, we'll just let those communities sort out this little kind of minimalist network there or something, but to actively support them as part of programs. And it's a state's responsibility to do that, or to ensure that the licensed operator or whatever actually does serve those communities. So I think it's an important policy debate. And I'm still hoping for some grand strategy that's going to solve the underlying human development challenge. So let's go online and see what we have there. Peter, can you hear me? I keep looking at Leslie thinking that he's got the connection to you, but can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, I can.
Good.
There was a useful comment from Ramune about another form of intermediary. I quote, "Local libraries, when equipped with sufficient connectivity and computers for public use, contribute effectively to digital inclusion of communities they serve. Besides physical access tackling, also digital literacy, online safety and privacy issues, as well as walking people of all ages to digital learning opportunities. So, putting that as a question, would you and the panel agree with that? And are there any other of those forms of intermediary, like the post office, that we just heard about?
Great. So we've actually got a minute for each of the panelists. So I'm going to let them respond to each other, which I think some have already done, and then also just to take that last question if you'd like to. Steve, would you like to go ahead?
Thanks, Alison. I think there's a thread here that that strikes me as very important. That relates to intermediaries such as post offices and libraries, but also to community networks, and that is the fact that we focus a lot on the capacity building of the consumer, right, to be able to use the network, but we don't talk as much about the ability to build the network and capacity building to build and own networks. I came across a lovely quote from Richard Feynman, one of the great physicists of the 20th century. He said, "What I cannot create, I cannot understand." And I think this is true of the internet, and it gives me pause when I think about solutions like Starlink, which are the very remarkableness is kind of also their flaw, in the sense that when you connect a Starlink dish, you just turn it on and it connects to the internet and that's it. But which is remarkable. But it also means that you don't know what an IP address is. You don't know what an autonomous system number is. You don't know how to build the network, and it is a loss of agency and control as a result. So I think that national research and education networks that are building their own fiber backbones, the same potential exists for post offices and libraries, not to just receive connectivity, but to be involved in the solution, in the provision of connectivity. And I think there's a huge risk when organizations are not involved, when citizens are not involved in that. You get situations such as we see now with Afrinic, the agency responsible for assigning IP addresses across African countries, is in crisis because in order to participate in Afrinic, you need to be an internet service provider. You need to have an autonomous system number. You need to be an agent of building networks. And if we don't actually focus and invest in that ability to invest, then we're further becoming, as Gillian says, consumers rather than citizens in this process.
Thanks, Steve. Carlos, 1 minute, please.
No, less than that.
Less than that.
Well, we live in a diverse world with diverse societies, and in many ways the internet has been homogenized in the way that it's being provided. And I think at the center of this solution for equitable digital inclusion, we need to embrace the diversity of solutions because, again, as Leandro was saying, like many people will use the internet differently, and talking to what Steve was saying in relation to autonomy, we need to enable the capacity of diverse ways of engaging, building, using, etc. And neither from the investors, not from the regulators or the ministries, that ecosystem is there to enable and support that diversity, right? The risk is there. People are willing to take the risk. People are willing to do these interventions, but they don't have an enabling ecosystem.
Thanks very much. Sophie, please, you've got like 25 seconds.
All right. Carlos, you gave me a perfect segue because I think all of us agree we need a different mindset, right? So we need a different mindset to close the gap, that difficult gap. But that different mindset needs a different set of tools, skills, and processes. So I think it's not just about policy and regulation, but really that approach and experimenting, right? We need the variety of solutions and being bold enough to be able to experiment. You think of the regulatory sandboxes. So I think agility is key. Boldness is key. Having the necessary regulatory skills is key. And I think I've also heard that cross-sectoral collaboration, right? We need to think, if you think of digital financial inclusion, that's automatically the working between the sectors.
Okay,
So all of that is key.
Thank you so much, Sophie, because that was quite a nice summing up for us that we're not going to have time to do of highlighting some of those issues. We've got offline, Claire, if you want to just give us a 10-second response, please do.
Sure. I mean, I think what we're all alluding to is there's no one sort of silver bullet, that everything we do needs to be grounded in the realities of the people we're trying to connect and connect in a meaningful way. And so I think we need, and I think also what is critical is not only understanding people's needs and barriers, but also taking a kind of holistic approach. It's not about just giving coverage or giving devices. We need to think about skills, relevant content, that ecosystem that Carlos was talking about, enabling that kind of, so we need to be thinking holistically about the barriers, and it needs to be grounded in really the needs and barriers of the different communities, and it is different. Communities are different, and their needs and barriers are different, and thinking about that in that way.
Okay, I think we don't have a chance, Gillian, unless you have we're off time, but if you want to have a 5-second, 10-second response, please go ahead.
I think you should trust your own instincts, Alison, because I think you know exactly how we should recenter sustainable development into this agenda for what is being called digital inclusion. So thanks again for your leadership.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Gillian, and for all the pioneering work over so many years. My only thing, I can't help myself. Yes, Steve, Starlink does come down and you just switch on the internet, but it also doesn't come free, even though a lot of the discourse is that this is this incredible free service is going to solve all our universality problems. And the other thing I just want to leave us with lots of these really important access solutions, but that are not, that are kind of community or collective access solutions, is that should we face another pandemic, which we inevitably will, but if we should face it this month, this year, we are not going to be any better off than we were, where the last pandemic put the majority of Africans at risk who were unable to digitally substitute, both for the health risk and, of course, the economic risks that were associated with lockdowns. They could not get to community centers, they could not get to libraries, and they could not get to schools. And they saw the greatest negative outcomes, death, from being unable to mitigate that risk digitally. So onwards and forwards with these solutions, and I'm still looking forward for some of those non-access solutions that we can take forward into the final G20 equitable digital inclusion, responding to evidence of demand-side constraints. Thank you so much. Thanks to our fabulous panelists and to the audience.
Let's shape our future together. I'm not even looking at the future, I'm looking at the present moment. The present moment is a bit worrying.
We are starting. So Olivier, would you like to start?
I think I should, shouldn't I? It's just my machine is starting as well.
I'm not able to log in. I don't know why.
I'm
but
always
it's taking
on.
so
Don't
much.
tap me, thank you.
Oh, let me remind to everyone here that the mics is always on.
Yep.
So be careful because everyone is listening.
Exactly.
Is it the 25 or 2?
And also, while we wait Olivier's preparations, let me also invite everyone here in the
Yeah, I
room,
was
if you
on
want
the
to
other
sit
one,
here,
but
because these seats are free. So if you want to stay closer with us, you will have the benefit of having a mic on and not having to be in line to ask questions at the Q&A moment.
Okay. I think this works. Yes, it does. Okay. Right. Welcome, everybody, to this session, this joint session of the Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Values and the Dynamic Coalition on Network Neutrality. I'm Olivier Crépin-Leblanc, and co-chair of the Dynamic Coalition, co-chair of this session is going to be Luca Belli for the Dynamic Coalition on Network Neutrality and Pari Esfandiari for the Core Internet Values. It's great to see such a lot of you here. As Luca said, if anybody wants to step up over to the table here, they're very welcome to do so. We are going to have a session that's going to be quite interactive, so we'll have the speakers speak and so on, and then we'll see if we can have a good discussion in the room about the topic. I'm just going to do just a quick introduction of the speakers that we have. And so we'll start with 4 speakers, each providing their angle on the topic. We'll have Vincerf, who's joining us remotely. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it in person at this IGF. So he's over in the US, and he will actually let us know at some point when he will be online, because he is also, as often, doing more than one session at the same time.
Actually, I am.
We haven't. We have already.
I am online.
Oh, he's already there. Goodness gracious.
There,
okay,
yes.
Sorry, Vint. I have 2 eyes, but they both look in the same direction. I don't know why. I should have also checked the screen. So Vincerf, Hadia Al-Minyawi, and then we'll have Renata Mieli also here, and Sandrine Elmi-Hersey, who's sitting next to me. After that, we'll have what we call additional speakers. They'll be commenting on what they've heard from the from the first set of speakers. There's 3 commenters, William Drake, Bill Drake, Roxana Radu, and Shoyan Wu, who's just arrived from China, so very last minute managed to make it here. So welcome to all of you. And then after that, we'll open it to a wider discussion. But I'm kind of wasting time. We've only got 75 minutes, so I'm going to hand the floor straight over to Luca and to Pari for the next stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olivier, and welcome everybody. It's great to be here with all of you. So we convene this session, Bridging Internet and AI Governance from Theory to Practice, not just because things are changing fast, but because the way we think about digital governance is being fundamentally reshaped. As technologies converge and accelerate, our governance systems haven't kept up. And at the center of this shift is artificial intelligence. Let's start with theory. The Internet's core value: global, interoperable, open, decentralized, end-to-end, robust and reliable, and freedom from harm. These were not just technical features, but deliberate design choices that made the Internet a global commune for innovation, diversity, and human agency. Now comes generative AI. It doesn't just add another layer to the internet, it introduces a fundamentally different architecture and logic. We are moving from open protocols to centralized models, gated, opaque, and controlled by a handful of actors. AI shifts the internet pluralism towards convergence, replacing inquiry with predictive narration and reducing user agency. This isn't just a technical shift. It's about who gets to define knowledge, shape discourse, and influence decisions. It's a profound governance challenge and a societal choice about the kind of digital future we want. If we are serious about preserving user agency, democratic oversight, and an open, informative ecosystem, the core internet values can serve as signposts to guide us. But it needs active support, updated policies, and cross-sector commitment. This is where the practice begins. The good news is we are not starting from scratch, from UNESCO's AI ethics framework to the EU AI Act, the US AI Bill of Rights, and efforts by Mozilla and others. We are seeing real momentum to root AI governance in shared fundamental values. So yes, there is a real divergence, but also real opportunities to shape what comes next, and that's our focus today. With that, I will hand it over to my co-moderator, Luca Belli. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pari and Olivier, and also let me. Is this working?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Are you sure? Because I'm not hearing myself. Is this working?
I am hearing.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Can you hear? Okay. I'm sorry. It's my headphone. It's not working. It's not useful when I have to hear myself. Anyway.
Yes.
All right. So thank you very much, Olivier and Pari, for having organized this and for having been the driving force of this session that actually builds upon what we have already done last year in our first joint venture that was already quite successful. And I think that what already emerged, I always say that it's good to build upon the sessions and buildings and building blocks and reports that we have already elaborated so that we move forward, right? And actually something that already emerged as sort of consensus last year in Riyadh are two main points. First is that we have already discussed for pretty much 20 years, at least here at IGF, internet governance and internet regulation. And so we can start to distill some of those teachings and lessons into what we could apply to regulate the evolution of AI and AI governance. And second, and to quote what the expression Vint used last year, the internet and AI are two different beasts. So we are speaking about two things that are two digital phenomenon, but they are quite different. And the internet, as Pari was reminding us very eloquently, has been built on an open, decentralized, transparent, interoperable architecture that made the success of the internet over the past 70 years, 50 years, 50 years at least, since Vint penned it in 74. But the question here is how we reconcile this with a highly centralized AI architecture. And I think that here there is a very important point we have been working on net neutrality and internet openness debate over the past year. That is the concept of internet generativity that we have enshrined in the documents, the report we have elaborated here over the past years, which is the capacity of the internet to evolve thanks to the unfiltered contributions of the users. Is the consequence of the fundamental core internet values, openness, transparency, is to create a level playing field, a capacity to innovate, to share and use application services, content, to make the internet evolve according to how the users want to do. So users are not only users, passive users, are prosumers. They create the internet. Now, this is in fundamental tension with an AI that is frequently proprietary, non-interoperable, very opaque, both in the data sets that are used for training, that usually are the result of massive scraping of both personal data and copyrighted content in very peculiar ways that might be considered illegal in most countries with data protection or copyright legislation. And then the training and the output of it is very much opaque for the user. And very few companies can do this and supply this. So there is an enormous concentration phenomenon ongoing, which is quite the opposite of what the original internet philosophy was about. Now, to discuss this point, we have a series of fantastic speakers today. I think that, as I was mentioning before, as we are celebrating 51 years of the paper on by Vint and Bob Kahn on the internet networking protocol, and a protocol for internet working networks, right? If I'm not mistaken. I think the first person that should go ahead should be Vint. So Pari, please, the floor is yours to present Vint.
Thank you very much. We have two actually overarching questions, and we would like our speakers to focus on those two overarching questions. I would read it for you. How can the Internet's foundational principles of openness and decentralization guide transparent and accountable AI governance, particularly as generative AI becomes a main gateway to content? And the second question, how can fundamental network neutrality principles such as generativity and competition on a level playing field apply to AI infrastructure, AI models, and content creation? So when drawing on your unique experiences in both funding architecture of the internet and your work with the private sector, we are curious to hear your comments on these questions. Over to you.
Well, thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to remind everyone that I am not an expert on artificial intelligence. I barely manage my own intelligence, let alone artificial. But I work with a company that has invested very heavily in AI and in AI-based services, so I can reflect a little bit of that in trying to respond to these very important questions. The first thing that I would observe is that the internet was intended to be accessible to everyone. And I think the AI efforts are reflective of that as well. The large language models, well, let me distinguish between large language models and machine learning tools for just a moment. All of you are well aware that AI has been an object of study since the 1960s. It's gone through several iterations of phases, the most recent of which is machine learning, reinforcement learning, and then large language models. The reinforcement learning mechanisms have given us things like programs that can beat the best players of Go, programs that can tell you how proteins fold up, and that tells us something about their functionality. And more recently, there's something that at Google called Alpha Evolve, which is an artificial intelligence system that will invent other software to solve problems for you. The large language models that we interact with embody huge amounts of content, but they are specialized when they interact with the users. So you use the term prompting to elicit output from these large language models. And the point I want to make here is that every time someone interacts with one of those, they are specializing it to their interests and their needs. So in a sense, we have a very distributed ability to adapt a particular large language model to a particular problem or to respond to a particular question. And that's important. The fact that we are able to personalize our interactions with these sources of information is a very important element of useful access. The question about interoperability of the various machine learning systems is partly answered by the agent model idea. That is to say, the large language models are becoming mechanisms by which we can elicit not only responses, but also actions to be taken. So the so-called agentic generative AI is upon us. And consonant with that are two other standards that are being developed. One is called A2A, or agent-to-agent interaction, and the second one is called MCP, which is a model context protocol that give these artificial intelligence agents a concept of the world in which they're actually operating. The reason these are so important, and they create interoperability among various agentic systems, is that it's very important for precision. It's important that the agents, when they interact with us and when they interact with each other, to have a well-defined context in which that interaction takes place. And we need clarity, and we need confidence that the semantics are matched between the two agents. If anyone has ever played that parlor game called Telephone, where you whisper something in someone's ear and then they whisper in the next person's ear, and you go down the line, and whatever comes out on the other end is almost never what started out at the beginning. We don't want chains of agents to get confused. And so the A2A and MCP are mechanisms to try to make that work a lot better. So I think this is a very important notion for us to ingest into the work of the core internet values, except they will have to become core AI values, which is clarity in interaction among the various agents, of course, among other things. Last point I would make is that as you interact with large language models, the so-called prompting exchanges, one of the biggest questions that we always have is how accurate is the output that we get from these things? We all know about hallucination and the generation of counterfactual output coming from agents. It's very important that provenance of the information that is used by the agents or by the large language models and references be available for our critical thinking and critical evaluation of what we get back. And so once again, that's a kind of core internet value. How do I evaluate, or how can I evaluate the output of these systems to satisfy myself that the content and the response is accurate? So those are just a few ideas that I think should inform the work of these dynamic coalitions as we project ourselves into this online AI environment. Well, I'll stop there because I'm sure other people have many more important things to say in response to these questions.
Thank you very much, Vint, and for that very informative discussion. And with that, I would go to Sandrine. Sandrine, based on your experience shaping digital strategies within government, how would you see this? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me first start to say that it's a real pleasure to join this session today and to discuss this important topic with partners from the Net Neutrality and Core Internet Values coalitions. And before we ask how to apply openness and transparency to AI governance, I would like to insist on the why. Why this application has become essential. So as it was already covered by Vint, LLMs, notably generative AI tools, are becoming a new default point of entry to online content and services for users. Since our conversation at the last IGF at Riyadh, we've been seeing this trend accelerating through the development of the use of individual chatbots, but also the establishment of response engines integrating into mainstream search tools. Generative AI is also increasingly embedded directly in end users' devices. And we are also seeing a shift from early generation LLMs to new RAG, so retrieval augmented generation systems that are now included in AI tools and that can directly draw from the web. And looking ahead, agentic models could also centralize a wide range of users' actions into a single AI interface. So the question is really, will tomorrow's internet still be open, decentralized, and user-driven if most of our online action is mediated by a handful of AI tools? So now, regarding the how, ARCEP, so the French Regulatory Authority for Electronic Communications, is currently conducting technical hearings and field testing with a team of data scientists to explore this very question. Although our report is currently in development, we can already identify 3 main areas for action to apply Internet core values to AI governance. The first area is accelerating on AI transparency, understanding generative AI models, what data they use, how they process information, and what limits they have is a prerequisite for trust. There is some progress. More and more players are now engaging with researchers and through sectorial initiatives such as standards and code of conduct. But many models remain black boxes. We need greater openness, especially to the research community, to improve auditability and explainability, but also the efficiency of models. The second area is preserving the notion of intelligence at the edge of networks, which is the original spirit of the internet, intelligence distributed among users and applications, not centralized in platforms or infrastructure. And we must notably ensure that users remain able to choose among diverse services and sources. This may require working on the technical and economic conditions that shape AI outputs to guarantee a certain level of neutrality, plurality of views, and openness to a diverse range of content creators and innovators. Last but not least, regarding the principle of non-discrimination that is also at the center part of net neutrality. So net neutrality, non-discrimination principle was originally applied to prevent internet services providers from privileging their own services or partners in vertical markets. But today's ISPs are not the only digital gatekeepers that can narrow the perspective and freedom of choice of end users. So at ARCEP, we are now working on assessing to what extent this principle of non-discrimination and openness can be extended to AI infrastructure, AI models, but also how AI curates and presents contents. On this, very shortly, we notably investigate 2 questions. The first one is how to preserve the openness of AI markets, notably through ensuring that plurality of economic players have access to key inputs necessary for LLM development, including data, computing resources, but also energy. And the second question we are also diving into is ensuring that we keep a diversity of content on the internet, knowing that when they use AI chatbots and response engine, end users only have access to one answer instead of hundreds of web pages. So we must ensure that generative AI is not just simply amplifying already dominant sources, but is open to smaller and independent content creators and innovators. That might mean in the future working on defining sector-wide frameworks or interconnection standards on fair contractual conditions, as it was done for IP interconnection. And to end, the goal is not, of course, to block innovation, but on the contrary, to make sure that innovation and AI are compatible with preserving internet as a common good.
Thank you very much, Sandrine, for these very excellent thoughts. And I think it's very good to see how you are illustrating that what has been done in terms of internet openness regulation or net neutrality debates over the past 15 years is precisely trying to enshrine into law the original philosophy of openness, transparency, and decentralization and plurality of the internet, and make sure that when what we can call gatekeepers or point of controls emerge, they behave correctly, and if necessary, a law protects the rights of the users and the regulator oversees the laws to make sure that the obligations are implemented. Now, what is very difficult now is to understand who are the new gatekeepers and how to implement the law that maybe still does not even exist in these terms. So I would like to now give the floor to Renata Miele, who is the coordinator of the CGI in this moment, and CGI has been also leading the debate on net neutrality, internet openness, and now also on many AI issues in Brazil. So Renata, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Luca, and thank you all for inviting me for this session, especially because I believe we are establishing a continuity and we are deepening the debate we started in Riyadh when we discuss AI from a perspective of sovereignty and the empowerment of the Global South last year, and how to reduce the existing asymmetries in this field. And now we are talking about how to bridge the internet governance and principles to AI principles and governance. And to contribute to this session, I choose to look at the work we have done in CGI.br on principles for the internet and try to reflect on what makes sense and what does not make sense when we're thinking about AI in a perspective of establishing a set of principles for development, implementation, and use of AI technologies, taking into account what Luca just said about the differences, the high economic concentration, the opacity of the systems, so and taking into account also what Vint said, there are two different beasts. But despite these differences, I believe this exercise to trying to interlink these principles is interesting and is possible because in the case of the Decalogue of CGI.br, we worked hard to ensure that our Decalogue truly reflect principles that are general without being superficial. Instead, they constitute a concrete framework that should be observed and applied, developed, and adjusted according to each technology. And just to point very quickly, the principles we have in our Decalogue are freedom, privacy and human rights, democratic and collaborative governance, universality, diversity, innovation, inimputability, net neutrality, functionality, security and stability, standardization and interoperability, and legal and regulatory environment. These are our 10 principles. In this sense, I would like to start by looking at what is not covered when we are talking about AI in these 10 principles. And the first thing I see, and a lot of people are mentioning a lot, is transparency and explainability, because these two principles are very essential when we talk about AI, because it involves a series of procedures that are not in the same way when we are dealing with internet. Internet is open. Internet are decentralized. All the protocols are built in a very collaborative way. But this is not the case of AI. So AI system governance and deployment and development needs to ensure high levels of transparency, especially for the social impact assessment of this type of technology, as well as for the creation of compliance process that ensure other principles like accountability, fairness, and responsibility. In other words, we are discussing a series of specific principles for AI that were not necessarily conceived in the context of internet governance. In terms of CGI's Decalogue, I like to point some which ones can be in some way interoperable with AI principles. In this case, I think, of course, freedom, human rights, democratic and collaborative governance, universality in terms of access and the benefits of the AI for all, diversity when we talk about language, culture, the necessity of inclusion of all kind of expressions, also standardization and interoperability between the various models, and of course we need legal and regulatory environment for these systems. We can think that the perspective used for the internet governance is applicable to AI principles in context. From another perspective, principles like security needs to be addressed with another two other principles: safe and trustworthy, and ethical, I point another one. So they can be enhanced with discussion about impacts on rights like privacy and data protection. Finally, an important part of this exercise of evaluating internet governance principles and their possible alignment with AI governance principle is to identify what was conceived for the internet that is not applicable in the AI context. In these aspects, only to mention, because I don't have more time, I point the principles of net neutrality, because the purpose here is to preserve net neutrality in relation to telecommunications infrastructure, and this is not applicable to AI, and there is neutrality in the technology itself. AI is not neutral. And I think inimputability also is another principle that is not easily transferred to from the internet to AI, because here we have to understand the responsibility in the AI chain. So this is some thoughts I have to share in this beginning of this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Renata. And actually, you also bringing into the picture something extremely relevant, I think, that for which the IGF is also an appropriate forum, being a UN forum. The fact that we have been debating this for 20 years. There are a lot of debates also going on in the global south about this since at least 20 years. But what we see in terms of mainstream debates and policy making and even construction of AI infrastructure, especially cloud infrastructure, is an enormous predominance of what we could call the global north. So it's very interesting to start to bring into the debate global south voices. We've started with Brazil. Now we are continuing with Ms. Adia Elminawi, that is here representing the African continent, which is an enormous responsibility. So please, Hadia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and happy to be part of this very important discussion. So let me first start to highlight the similarities between AI and the internet that make the internet's core values well suited as a foundation for AI governance. So general purpose technologies have a wide impact on economic growth and productivity, and AI can be considered one of those general purpose technologies impacting economic growth maybe quicker than any other general purpose technology that has emerged in the past, such as steam engines, electrifications, computers. AI is driving revolutionary changes in all aspects of life, including healthcare, education, agriculture, finance, services, policies, and governance. By definition, AI isn't just one technology, but it's a constellation of them, including machine learning, natural language processing, and robotics that all work together. Similarly, the internet stands as another powerful general purpose technology that has fundamentally changed the way we live, work, and interact, enabling new ways of communication, education, services, provision, and conducting businesses. The internet infrastructure is foundational to artificial intelligence, enabling cloud services, including managing on-site data centers and real-time applications. In addition, many of the services and applications that are being delivered over the internet infrastructure are using AI to deliver better experiences, services, and products to users. So when it comes to Africa, the capabilities of African countries regarding AI vary significantly across the continent due to differences in the availability of resources, infrastructure, including reliable and efficient electricity, broadband connectivity, data infrastructure like data centers and cloud services, accesses to sets of quality data, AI-related education and skills, research and innovation, and investments. So last year in July 2024, the African Union Executive Council endorsed the African Union Continental AI Strategy. The Continental AI Strategy is considered pivotal to achieving the aspirations of the Sustainable Development Goals. And likewise, the internet plays a critical role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. No poverty, good health and well-being, quality of education, digital industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Other relevant regulatory approaches around the globe include EU's AI Act, adopted in 2024, the Executive Order for Removing Barriers to American Leadership in AI in January 2025, sectoral oversight in the US, the UK Framework for AI Regulation, the 2023 G7's Guiding Principles and Code of Conduct, and China also has developed some rules. Egypt also has the its second edition of the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy in 2025. So in all those strategies, we see some of the core principles that have shaped the internet, such as openness, interoperability, and neutrality, guiding various AI governance strategies. So the question now becomes, how do we translate those agreed principles and frameworks into actions? And in some cases, what do those principles in practical terms mean or look like? So let's look at openness and transparency. What does this mean?
Sorry, Hadia, may I ask you to wrap up in 30
yes, sure.
seconds?
So that would be very quick. I'm almost done. So open access to research and requiring AI model, maybe it means open access to research and requiring AI models to include components of for full understanding and auditing. But what does ensuring transparent algorithms in practical terms mean? Is it realistic or even desirable to expect that all AI models be made fully open source? Given the amount of capital investment in these models, requiring complete openness could discourage investment in AI models, destroying a lot of economic value and hindering innovation. At the same time, transparency and openness raise some important ethical and security concerns. Is it truly responsible or logical to allow unrestricted access to tools that could be used to build weapons or plan harmful disruptive actions? We may need layered safeguards. AI algorithms on top of other AI algorithms to ensure responsible and secure use. So what alternative solutions can we consider? One possibility could be requiring all AI developers to implement robust safety guardrails and have these guardrails open source rather than the models themselves. In addition, AI developers could be required to publish the safety guardrails that they have put in place. I guess this is an open discussion. And with that, I would like to wrap up and thank you.
Thank you very much, Hadia. And on that, I think that I want to thank all the panelists for their insightful contribution. And now I want to invite our invited community members to comment on what they have heard. So you are also welcome to share your own views on the broader issues we have touched upon. And on that, I would start with Roxana Pardue. You have 5 minutes. Please start.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for not being able to join you in person. I would just like to start by saying that there is a flourishing discussion now around ethics and principles in AI governance. In fact, it's what we've seen developed over the last 5 or 6 years. It's a plethora of ethical standards and guidelines and values to adhere to. But the key difference with internet governance is the level of maturity in these discussions, and also the ability to integrate those values that are newly identified into technical, policy, and legal standards. What we've done in internet governance over the last 30 years is much more than identifying core values. We apply them, we've embedded them into core practices, and we are continuing to refine these practices day by day. So I think there are 4 key areas that require attention at this point in time, where we can bridge the internet governance debates and the AI governance discussions. First is the question of market concentration. Luca was already alluding to gatekeepers. How do we define them in this new space? Highly concentrated ownership of the technology, of the infrastructure, and so on and so forth. Second is the diversity and the equity in participation in engaging different stakeholders, but also stakeholders from parts of the world that are not equally represented. Thirdly, there is the hard-learned lesson of personal data collection, use, and misuse. We have more than 40 years of experience with that in the internet governance space, and we've placed emphasis on data minimization, to not collect more than what you need. This lesson does not seem to apply to AI. In fact, it's the opposite. Collect data even if you are not sure about its purpose currently. Machines might figure out a way to use that data in the future. Is the opposite of what we've been practicing in recent years in internet governance. And fourthly, and very much linked to these previous points, there's a timely discussion now around how to integrate some of these core values into technical standards. With AI, there seems to be a preference for unilateral standards, the giants developing their own standards, sharing them through APIs, versus globally negotiated standards where a broader community can contribute, and those voluntary standards could then be adopted by companies and by participants in those processes more broadly. So I think we need to zoom in on some of these ways of bringing those core values into practices, and it's very opportune to do that now at the IGF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roxana. And I think that there are some interesting points that are emerging here. Also, something that I want to very briefly comment on, because it was raised before, is that we are discussing here how core internet values can apply to AI, and I think it's interesting to do this in joint venture with the Coalition on Net Neutrality, because net neutrality is the implementation of core internet values into law. And as any lawyer that has studied Montesquieu would tell you, what counts in the law is the spirit of the law, right? I remember 10 years ago writing an article on the spirit of the net, where I was mentioning precisely that net neutrality was the enshrining into law the spirit of the net, the core internet values, right? And so we now have to understand a way to translate this into an applicable way to AI. And I think that is the huge challenge we have here today. And I'm pretty sure that our friend Bill Drake knows how to solve this challenge. Please, the floor is yours.
Obviously, I do not. But thank you. Okay, well, first of all, I congratulate the organizers of this session on putting together an interesting concept. I mean, trying to figure out how you map internet properties and values into the AI space, I think, is definitely a worthwhile activity. As Roxana noted, it kind of builds on all the discussions at international level in recent years about ethics, whether in UNESCO and other kinds of places. And I think that, you know, it's worth carrying this forward. But I would start by noting just there's a few constraining factors, 3 in particular. First, conceptually, let's bear in mind, again, going back to what Vince said, we're talking different beasts. You know, we're not talking here about a relatively bounded set of network operators and so on. We're talking about a vast and diverse range of AI processes and services in an unlimited range of application areas from medicine to environment and beyond. So which internet properties will apply generally or in specific contexts simply can't be assumed. We need to do close investigation and mapping. And I think there's a great project there for somebody who wants to develop that matrix. I look forward to reading whoever does that first. There are reasons to wonder whether some of these things really do apply clearly. Renata suggested that net neutrality, for example, might not be so directly applicable. There's a lot of other challenges, I think, there intellectually. Secondly, of course, there's the material interests of the private actors involved. Luca referred to the concentration issues. It's nice to think about values, but I wouldn't expect all the US and Chinese companies that are involved in this space to join an AI engineering task force and hum their support for voluntary international standards. To the contrary, they've kind of demonstrated that they'll do pretty much anything to promote their interests at this phase, including sponsoring military parades for dear leaders in Washington and so on. So it's unclear how much they would embrace any kind of externally originated constructs like neutrality, openness, transparency, et cetera, that don't really fit well into their immediate profitability profile, and how well these things would apply to very large online platforms and search engines, et cetera. Again, real challenges there. And lastly, of course, the material interests of states. Net neutrality, of course, is verboten in the United States now. AI, applying it to AI, of course, would be too. Generally speaking, multilateral regulatory interventions are impossible to contemplate in the Trump era, at least for those of us who are in North America. And I'm not sure what China would sign on to in that context. So in principle, you would like to think, though, that transparency and openness with regard to governance processes, especially international governance processes, could be pursued. And there, you know, I would just like to flag a couple of quick points before I run out of time. Lessons from internet governance, I think, that are relevant. One, first, we have to be real clear about where there's an actual demand for international governance and regimes and the application of these kinds of values and so on. We simply can't just assume, because the technology is there and the issues are there, that there's a functional demand. You know, often people point to things and say, oh, there's some new phenomena, we must have governance arrangements. But very often, the demand for governance arrangements is not equally distributed across actors, and those highfalutin aspirations don't get fulfilled. So, you know, I mean, we used to talk about safety, right? There was a lot of international discussion around safety. Now suddenly safety is out the window, and we're all talking about, well, we want to promote innovation and investment. So, you know, it's easy to say that we have these kind of, this demand to do all these new, wonderful normative things, but in reality, you know, when push comes to shove, we have to look at where there's a real functional demand. Where do you actually need international governance, interoperability, or harmonization of rules? In the telecom space, if you look historically, right, radio frequency spectrum, we had to have non-interference. Telecom networks had to be interconnected and have standards to allow the networks to pass traffic between them. So there was a strong incentive for states to get on board and do something, even if they had different visions of how to do that and they could fight over it. What are those aspects of the AI process that absolutely require some kind of coordination or harmonization? It's not entirely clear, and I think we can't just assume that. Other last point, and I'm going to run out of time, is just to say, as somebody who was around 20 years ago and remembers all the fights over internet governance and what is internet governance and so on, we are in a liminal moment like we were 20 years ago, where people are not clear. What is the phenomena? How do we define it? What does governance mean in this context, et cetera? This requires a great deal more thinking about when you're applying it to the specificities of the AI space. I think I hear a lot of these discussions in the UN where people seem to be just grafting constructs from other international policy environments onto AI and saying, well, we'll just apply the same rules that apply elsewhere. And this is like saying that we'll apply the rules from the telegraph to the telephone and from the telephone to television. And, as every new technology, we're going to look at it through the lens of previous technologies. But often that doesn't work so well. My last point, and then I stop. Multilateral action, I'd be very careful in thinking about. I noticed that the G77 in China had, in a reaction to the co-facilitators' stuff on the AI, is saying that they want binding international commitments coming out of the UN process, that they will not accept purely informal agreements coming out of the UN process. I look at what's going on in the AI space, I'm thinking, seriously, what kind of binding international agreements are we going to begin negotiating how in the United Nations in the near term? And if you set that up at the front end as the object that you're trying to drive towards, you can just see how difficult all this is going to become very quickly. So I probably went over 5 minutes, so I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. And for the sake of time, I'm not going to reflect. You packed an awful lot of information on that section, but we don't have enough time. So therefore, I directly go to Cheyenne. Cheyenne, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to attend this important discussion. I'm from China Mobile, one of the world's largest telecom operators. So I'd like to share the practices and experiences from China Mobile to bridge internet and AI governance. In the age of internet, we continue to promote the development of the internet ecosystem towards fairness, transparency, and inclusiveness. This commitment is reflected in our efforts across infrastructure development, user rights protection, and bridging the digital divide. Firstly, in terms of infrastructure development, we strive to ensure equal access to and inclusive use of internet services. China Mobile's mobile and broadband networks now cover all villages across the country. We've also built the world's largest and most extensive 5G network. Second, when it comes to protecting users' rights and interests, we work actively to create a transparent and trustworthy online environment. We provide clear, user-friendly service mechanisms and have introduced quality management tools to ensure users' right to information and independent decision-making. For specific groups such as elderly and minors, we focus on fraud prevention, education, and offer customized services to build a safer and greener digital space. Third, to bridge the digital divide and support inclusive growth, we've implemented targeted solutions. For elder users, we offer dedicated discounts and have tailored our smart services to their needs. For minors in rural areas, our 5G Smart Education Cloud Network services are helping to reduce the gap in education resources between urban and rural communities. As the transition from the internet era to the age of AI, China Mobile is actively adapting its experience and capabilities to the evolving needs of AI governance. We're striving to build a digital ecosystem featuring universal access, decentralization, transparency, and inclusiveness. We are investing in AI infrastructure to promote resource sharing and encourage decentralized innovation, backed by our strong computing power, data resources, and product solutions such as large language models and AI development platforms. At the same time, we continually leverage AI capabilities to build a transparent and trustworthy digital environment, effectively safeguarding user rights. For instance, China Mobile applies AI-powered information detection technologies in scenarios like video calls and financial services to help users identify false or harmful content. Moreover, we are committed to ensuring that the benefits of AI are shared by all. For minors, we launched personalized education and immense education scenario interaction solutions. For the elderly, we offer AI-powered entertainment, health monitoring, and safety services. And for rural areas, our smart village doctor system delivers quality healthcare to remote communities. That's all for my sharing. Thank you.
As everyone points over to me, thank you very much. Now we're going to open the floor for your input and for your feedback on what we've had so far. I'm the remote participation, online participation moderator as well, and there's been a really interesting debate going on online. I'm not sure how many of you have been following this. I was going to ask whether we could have the two main participants that were speaking back and forth online, Alejandra Pesanti and Vint Cerf as well, because Vint, of course, is always active both online and with us. So, and then we'll have, after those two, then we'll start with the queue also in the room. Yeah? All right, let's get going. Alejandro, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Thank you. I was making these points also in previous discussions of the core Internet values dynamic coalition. If you are trying to look at translating what the experience of governance from the internet to AI, to artificial intelligence, I think there's a few points that are valuable to take into account, and many of them have been made already, so I'm trying to just group them. First is you have to define pretty well what you want to govern, what branch of the enormous world of artificial intelligence you actually want to apply some governance. Otherwise, you'll have some serious ill effects. Using AI for molecular modeling, protein folding, and so forth, that kind of problem, or using it as a back office system for detecting fraud in credit cards and so forth, are very different beasts in turn. So it's very important not to regulate one of them, let's say, regulates with such generality that rules from one of them will impede progress in other ones where they are absolutely not necessary. Second, what I think is very important, and we learned this from internet governance, from 30 years of internet governance, is make sure you are governing the right thing in the following sense. What does AI, as the internet in turn, bring new to things that we already know? What rules do we already have that we can just apply or modify for taking into account AI? For example, we have purchasing rules, especially in governments, where you know the constraints that you have on systems that you can buy for government, like they cannot be discriminatory, they cannot be harmful, and so forth. So you can apply those rules instead of creating a whole new world. It's like medical devices, for example. You already have so many rules for automated medical devices. You can extend those to artificial intelligence, the harms and the consequences of the harms. Now, these will be different. They will be amplified. There's probability, there's uncertainty, but we know how to deal with that, and may just need to change the scale and a better understanding of these factors. Next, what do you expect to obtain from governance? Do you want more competition? Do you want a reduction of discrimination and bias? Do you want more respect for intellectual property? Do you want more access to global resources for the global south, and so forth? Because this will determine the institutional and organizational design. And next and most important, and this is something that a Net Mundial Plus 10 meeting, for example, does miss with other good that it has, is how do you actually bring these different stakeholders? Who are the stakeholders and how do you bring them to the table? If you want to regulate large language models provided over the internet for chatbots, like are the dominant aspect of public discussion these days, why would they come to the table? Why would OpenAI, Google, Meta, etc., not to speak about Mistral and certainly the providers in China and other countries which are operating under completely different sets of rules, why would they come together and agree to limit themselves in some way? Also to sit at the table with people who are their users or their clients, potentially their competitors if something rises from their innovation. And especially, how do you bring them together to put some money into the operation of the system, to agree to have a structure, to agree to have their hands tied in some extent? What has happened, for example, in internet governance is very different things for, let's say, the domain name system and fighting phishing and scams. For the domain name system, you had companies fearing that strong rules for competition would come from the US government, and they agreed finally to come together with civil society and the technical community, which is also a key point. The experts have always to be at the table. As the ICANN paper has stated very recently for intergovernance, the technical community is not one more participant, it's a pillar. And you need to know what the limitations and the capabilities of that technology are. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. Okay, next, Vincerf.
First, I have to unmute. So thank you so much, Alex. I always enjoy your line of reasoning. Let me suggest a couple of small points. The first one is that with regard to regulation of AI-based applications, I think a focus of attention should be on risk to the users of those technologies and, of course, potential liability for the provider of those applications. So a high-risk application such as medical diagnosis or recommended medical treatment or maybe financial advice ought to have a high level of safety associated with it, which suggests that if there is regulation, the provider of the service has to show due diligence, that they have taken steps that are widely agreed to reduce risk for the user. So risk is probably a very important metric here. And concurrently, liability will be a very important metric for action by the providers of AI-based services. I think that another thing which is of significance is the provenance of the materials used to train these large language models, for example, and explainability, chain of reasoning, chain of thought, those sorts of things to help us understand the output that comes from interacting with these large language models. And finally, I mentioned this earlier, but let me reiterate that the agent-to-agent protocol and the model context protocols are there, I think, partly to make things work better, more reliably, but they might also be important for limiting liability. In other words, there's a motivation for implementing these things with great care and designing them with great care so that it's clear, for example, in a multi-agent interaction, which agents might be responsible for what outcomes. Again, something that relates to liability for parties who are offering these products and services. So I'll stop there. I hope that others who are participating in this will be able to elaborate on some of these ideas.
Thank you, Vin. Just one point. Earlier in the chat, you mentioned, I'm seeing here, indelible ways to identify sources of content used to train AI models. Could you explain a bit?
Yes, I was trying to refer to provenance here. The thing that people worry about is that the material used to train the model may be of uncertain origin. And if someone says, well, how can I rely on this model? How do I know what it was trained on? I think it should be possible to identify what the sources were in a way that is incontrovertible. Digitally signed documents or materials whose provenance can be established is important, because then we can go back and say to the parties providing those things, or ask them questions about the verifiability of the material that's in that training data.
Okay, thanks very much for this, and apologies for the wait, but please over to the gentleman standing at the microphone, and please introduce yourself in your intervention. Thank you.
Yes, hi, thank you for the excellent panel. I'm Dominique Azelmassieu. I work for WCC, where, among other things, I oversee our work around AI and its impact on the web. So WCC is a place where a lot of web standards are being developed. I guess I wanted to make two remarks, one on scope and one maybe on incentives for governance, one of the topics that was brought up. In terms of scope, we are at the IGF, and it's been mentioned a number of times, AI is extremely broad. One, I think, useful way to segment the problem is to look at the intersection of AI and internet. And there are a number of those, like AI has been fed from a lot of web content. A lot of web content is now being produced through AI. AI is starting, as Vint was describing, to be used as agents on the web and on the internet. So looking exactly at these intersections and what AI changes to the existing governance expectations and rules in these systems, I think is probably going to be more productive than trying to have a generic conversation about AI, because as a general purpose technology, that's too broad of a topic. And I guess it leads me to this question around what are the incentives for these AI systems operators to come at the table around this governance discussion. And I think at the end of the day, well, the internet, the web is a critical component of their strategy about both building their tools and distributing the tools. And they can only make that remain true if they don't impoverish the ecosystem to a point where there is no more content they can feed on or no more services that could accept to reuse or integrate with the system. So at the end of the day, I think it's really a matter of making sure, in particular in this emerging agents architecture that Vint was describing, that we understand what are the expectations for these agents, learn from rules that already exist. For instance, in the web space, we have a number of very clear expectations as to what you ought to do if you're a browser, literally a user agent, and understanding how they apply to AI-based agent, I think is going to be hopefully very illuminating about what kind of governance we should put in place around that.
Thank you very much for your intervention. And the next person in line, please introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hi, sorry, my name is Andrew Campling. In this context, I'm an internet standards and internet governance enthusiast. To build on sort of Bill's comments, I probably wouldn't start from here either. But here we are, and we're probably too late to be somewhat pessimistic. But if I was going to look anywhere to start, it wouldn't be the internet. I'd probably look closely at lessons from social media specifically, where we've got, in my opinion, a small number of highly dominant players who are disinterested in collaborative multi-stakeholder initiatives unless they're commercially worthwhile to them. If we look to sort of the internet model and we try to collaborate, build a multi-stakeholder governance for model, I don't think there's a commercial imperative for the players to do that. It's far too easy to game the system and take a long time, and by the time something's agreed, it will be irrelevant. So if I was to start anywhere, I'd look closely at duty of care as a key sort of requirement, and also explore why we wouldn't apply the precautionary principle widely and use those as the two foundational building blocks. I wouldn't start with internet governance. So apologies for the pessimism, but I think we have to be pragmatic and realistic where we are. Thank you.
I should say this is quite a British intervention. But okay, thank you so much. Pass it over to Luca, or should we go for the conclusions? Because there's only about 6 minutes.
I think we can go. We have 6 minutes. Do we have any other comments or questions in the room? I don't see any hands. We have exhausted the comments from the online participants. I think we can go for a round of very quick conclusions, like very prehistoric tweets of 240 characters.
We don't have time because we got to go now to Yek.
Well, Yekshan is the person.
Yeah,
Yekshan. Yeah, sorry. Then sorry. We have already Yekshan that as a chat GPT will distill all the knowledge in 5 minutes result.
Okay, and thank you very much for giving me the 5 minutes to make some comment. Actually, I'm from PNAI, the policy level of artificial intelligence, which is also the intersectional process of the IGF. So it's very interesting to have the joint section between the PNAI and the DCs. Yeah, I found the discussion is really fascinating. And so my observation is that there's two observation. Also based on the PNAI's past 3 years research on the AI governance. For example, we did 2 reports on liability and interoperability, all these big issues and environmental protections. So I think there's 2 issues I would like to make some comments. The first one is about the institutional setting, and because Bill asked how can we collaborate at the global level, and what are the initiatives or interests. I think there's first of all, we know that there's a UN process going on in terms of the scientific panels and also global dialogues. So we probably give some opportunities and a little bit trust to them and hold on to see what are the outcomes from the UN level. And secondly, I think from my experience, what really makes a difference between the AI governance and internet governance or social media governance is that we learn from our past experience, especially social media's experience. So we have such a vibrant discussion, intervention, earlier intervention or precautionary principle, as we British said, and from different stakeholders, from civil society, from academia, and from the industry. So I think in that sense, we are much more precaution than the social media and the internet eras. So which probably will make a difference. And certainly, the second one is in terms of which area we should look at. From my experience and also the PNS experience, I agree with Wings. First of all, is risk. Risk is very important, And secondly, the safety issues, and of course, liability, because liability is a mechanism we hold the AI developers and the deployments accountable. So that's very important, I think. The third one, of course, is interoperability. So when we talk about interoperability, it's not only about a principle, ethics, norms, but also standard, So the standard will play a significant role in regulating AI, and I'm very glad we see a lot of progress in terms of AI standard making. For example, at the EU level, there's a lot of the standard. So they're going to have a kind of the announcement of the EU standard in terms of AI Act. So, but there's also huge progress of standard making in China in terms of safety issue or the ethical issue. So I think the AI standard will be the one of the very crucial area for us to regulate AI in the future. I think I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jake Chan. And there's 2 minutes left, I guess, to just ask any of our co-moderators on their reflections. I was going to say one tweet from each one of our participants, but I don't know if we can do it in the 2 minutes. Should we try?
One tweet? Yeah, why not?
Quick tweet. Okay, let's start with the table then, with the person the furthest to my right, which is your left. Bill Drake?
A message of hope in 20 seconds.
A message of hope in 20 seconds. Wow.
Or of disgrace, as you prefer.
I was going to say abandon all hope. All right. Well, I just echo again the point about being very clear about exactly what demand is there for what kind of governance over what kinds of processes. Too much of the discussion around these issues is just too generic and high level to be very meaningful when we get down to the real nitty-gritty of what's going on in different domains of AI development and application. And so we need a dose of realism there. But I like the idea of the mapping effort that you're trying to do, and I look forward to seeing you guys develop it more.
Thank you, Bill. Next, Wishing.
Okay, thank you. It's my first time to attend this kind of discussion, and it's very important to share my opinions and discuss with all of you. I hope I have another chance to continue to exchange our ideas with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hadia?
Regional and international strategies and cooperations should not be seen as conflicting with national sovereignties. National and international strategies, cooperations, and collaboration should go in parallel and hand in hand. They should support and strengthen the goal of one another. They need to be to have aligned objectives and implemented simultaneously.
Thank you, Hadia. Sandrine?
Yeah, so we can no longer think AI governance and internet governance as separate entities. As we noted today, the strong interlinks between LLMs and internet content and services. Thus, applying internet core principles to AI is not a whim or accessory. It is the only way to preserve the openness and richness of the internet we spend years to build, and we can and must act now to establish a multi-stakeholder approach with that in mind.
Thank you. Renata?
Just 3 words. How to transform these principles into technical standards. We talk about this, and I want to say we need oversight, agency, and regulation. And we need to remember that governance and regulation are 2 different things. And governance needs to be multi-stakeholder, and we need national regulations for AI systems.
Thank you. Roxana?
I'll just say that we need to walk the talk. So now that we've done this initial brainstorming session, I look forward to seeing what we can come up together in terms of bridging this gap between what we've learned in internet governance and where we're starting in AI discussions. This is not to say that everything applies, but we've learned a lot, and we shouldn't reinvent the wheel.
Thank you. And finally, Vint?
I think my summary here is very simple. We just have to make sure that when we build these systems, we take safety in mind for all of the users. That's going to take a concerted effort for all of us.
Thank you very much. And if anybody in the room is interested in continuing this discussion, which I hope you are after this session, then please come over to the stage and share your details with us. You can get onto the DC's mailing lists and continue the discussion and participate in future such work. Thank you.
So hello, everyone. Welcome to the panel. If you are online, welcome. If you are here in front of us, welcome. This is the panel Bridging the Compute Divide, a Global Alliance for AI. And if you ask if the Global Alliance or a Global Alliance, I think maybe a Global Alliance and even many global alliances, as long as we have this idea of Global Alliance. We'll introduce shortly the panel, and then I'll pass the words for 3 rounds of questions, and then we open for your comments. So let me explain why we believe we need a global alliance for AI. My name is Fabio Steibel. I'm Executive Director of ITS-REAL, Institute for Technology and Society, and it's a civil society. Last year, on the topic of technodiversity, we came with the problem challenge that compute power will be very limited. And this is a different problem for society of information. Brazil has 1% of all data centers of the world. That's half of Latin America. According to EAA numbers released this week, Brazil has 0.2% of the computational power. And it's not to say that Brazil or any other country needs to have its own capacity, its own compute power, but the idea is to access. There is a big challenge for access if you look for the Global North and the Global South bridge or other bridges you can do. This is why we suggest a global alliance for AI, what we call Gavi for AI. So if you're not familiar with Gavi, it's the Global Alliance for Vaccination. In 2000, they started to put countries and foundations together to purchase something that was very limited in the market. Same problem we see here with compute power. Might be energy, might be compute parts, but it's a limited supply of these elements to buy. So together, they could have 3 groups working. 1, that gets the money and makes sure everything is accountable. 2, that makes a technical definition of what they should buy. And 3, a group that decides on how to share, how to distribute whatever they're doing. Today, they are responsible for more than 1/3 of the vaccines purchased in the world yearly. They were able to breach the limited supply and were able to increase the access to vaccines. Is it the same for compute power? Some yes, some no. What are the lessons to be learned? What are the different approaches we have? So this is the intro. I will pass the word to the speakers. We have very different stakeholders here, which is the best approach to see the problem from different ways. So, Jason, let's start with you. Jason Slata is the Chief AI, Digital and Innovation Officer at UNIDO. If you're not familiar with UNIDO, it's about industrial development, very important for the topic. Jason.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here today. Just very briefly, yes, my name is Jason Slater. I'm the Chief AI Innovation and Digital Officer for the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. We're an organization that's been around nearly 60 years now. We're a specialized UN agency with a very specific focus on how can we ensure a sustainable industrial development, also economic development for that matter. We have 3 very clear priorities right now that we are focusing on in the areas of sustainable supply chains, a world without hunger, and how can we support climate mitigation. And basically my job is to make sure that through AI innovation and digital, how can we support all of those as a cross-cutting initiative. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jason. We go now online. We go for Elena Estavillo Flores. She founded and leads the Centro I para la Sociedad del Futuro, a think tank that works to build the digital future in an ethical, responsible, and inclusive way. Elena, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you very well. Hello.
So please introduce yourself very briefly, and then later we go for the 2 questions.
Introduce myself. Yes, of course. Yes. I lead the Centro I, as you told. This is an independent think tank, and we work to foster ethical digital technologies, inclusion, responsibility, and I myself have a long career in regulation, in public policy. I was regulator for telecommunications in Mexico, and also and I also have taught for many years. I'm an economist.
Thank you very much. I like very much to have economists in the panel. I'll move now to Ivy. Ivy Lau-Schindelwolf works in international policy and partnerships at OpenAI.
Hi, thank you so much for having me and for moderating and organizing this panel. My name is Ivy Lau-Schindelwolf. I am part of the Global Affairs team at OpenAI based in our San Francisco headquarters. I wear two hats. One of them is I coordinate our work in growth markets, and that means Africa, Latin America, and APAC. And the other hat I wear is I help lead our multilateral engagements. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much, Ivy. So now for the fourth participant, Alison O'Byrne is the Director of International Telecommunications and Internet Policy in the Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development in the Government of Canada.
Thanks so much. I have a hideously long title. It's mostly because of our department name, so you did very well there. Hi, folks. Alison O'Byrne. As mentioned, I'm the Director for International Telecoms and Internet Policy for our little team within our what is equivalent to the Industry Department in the Government of Canada. We have responsibilities for both the ITU and for Internet governance files for Government of Canada, and it's a role that I've actually been in for just under a year now. So this is my first IGF, and I am delighted to be able to experience it live and in person after hearing about how great this forum is for many years. I had previously spent about 5 years in our same industry department working on AI policy, so this is an issue that's near and dear to my heart for sure.
Thank you. And you know, Canada was one of the first countries to jump in the AI regulation arena. Okay. So let's move to our first question. What are the key geopolitical and technical barriers preventing equitable access to computational power for AI development? And how can international cooperation in particular help to address them? So what are the barriers we have to achieve access? Jason, would you like to start?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. I guess a few things from what we see here at in terms of AI computing power, this is really concentrated in only a few nations right now. I think it's roughly around 30, primarily in US and China, etc. And the way that I want to tackle this is really by looking at it from UNIDO's perspective is who are the member states that we are primarily trying to support and where do we see this digital divide or AI computing divide. So we can, if we look at Africa, for example, we still see there that, you know, well, roughly globally, there's nearly 3 billion still unconnected. Yes. This is a huge challenge. You see in Africa alone that in terms of AI and digital tools, the adoption's in the region of 25%. So for me, one is, of course, in terms of you thinking about computing power, and we have what we call these compute deserts, where we have these zones where there's just simply no connectivity. We also have to see it from how do we ensure adoption? How do we also look at it from a skills perspective? So there is a huge skills gap that we're seeing right now. And again, if I look at Africa in particular, but there's some positive news, and I think we'll come to that later, yeah, when my fellow panelists have had a chance to speak. So those are some of the barriers that we are seeing right now. Now, one of the things, this has been framed very clearly by the Global Digital Compact that was endorsed last September in the United Nations General Assembly. I was very fortunate to be there at the ceremony that was celebrating us coming together under the Pact for the Future. And one of my actual roles in the UN is, and that's what I would use as a call for action today, is I'm vice chairing objective number 2 on an inclusive digital economy, which closely links to objective number 5 on AI. So mine is that we know what those challenges are, which challenges convert themselves into the barriers, and how can we then switch that into a much more positive and solution mode? And I'll hold back on that because I think later on I'd like to talk about some of the things not only we're doing, but with our private sector partners and other stakeholders we're putting in place. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jason. So Finland has a very good experiences on quantum computing and the challenge to share. And the topics you bring also bring us very closely to meaningful connectivity, which is an interesting way to see the problem from 10 years ago to today. So I move now to Ivy.
Yeah, I keep thinking about the way, the phrase equitable access and what the barriers are. And I actually want to like take a step back and think about like just barriers to access, period. And what comes to mind, and I think it's important to like take a moment to think about the gap between supply and demand that everyone faces. It's actually, we have received a lot of outreach from countries with a question of how much demand there really is. Like, do we actually, we have this idea that we need GPUs, but how much do we really need it? Can you help us quantify? And to be honest, it is not a question we have thought a lot about until we have seen how fast our models have, the demand for our products have grown. When we launched ChatGPT in 2022 or 23, now I can't remember, seems like a long time ago, we thought it was a low-key research preview that nobody would use and pay attention to. But then we actually ended up having 100 million users in 1 month, and now we have 500 million weekly active users. And our CEO posted on X saying like our GPUs are melting, and a lot of people thought, oh my gosh, are they actually melting? No, they were not, but like we actually just have seen a huge inference demand. And that is not, we knew training models would involve a lot of GPUs, but even we ourselves have underestimated how much demand there will be on inference. And as we have seen, the cost has come down, and when the cost of serving these models come down, the demand and the use also went up. And when we plot it out in a model, we realize, oh no, we are not on a trajectory to meet the demands. And so even we ourselves in the US realize we need access to more GPUs. And that's why we launched Stargate and why we launched OpenAI for countries. And I'll share more about that later, but I think I want to throw out the framing that like, yes, we should think about the divide and whether the access is equitable, but maybe if we can zoom out a little bit, the problem isn't just inequitable access. The problem is everyone needs more. How do we solve for the gap between supply and demand everywhere?
Thank you. And I like to think like Brazil. We need to prepare for 5G and no connectivity, and you have to take both paths together because we have both audiences. So I will go online now to Elena.
Oh, yes, thank you. I was also reflecting on the question because when we ask if we have enough access, maybe we're thinking that there is computational power and the problem is how to access it or how to access it equitably. But in this aspect, we have the problem of not enough computational power. No, so it's a double question about meeting demand and supply, and then having the mechanisms so that everybody everybody in the interesting parties has this equitable access. So it's not just a case of making sure to access to something that exists, but how to produce it. And then we have many barriers that keep just reinforcing themselves. And I'm thinking mostly of Latin America, the case that I know better, because we don't have enough access to basic infrastructure, to services, to capacity in those services now for final users. But then this comes over all of this, the companies, the scientists, the academia, the startups that could produce more services, more AI. They have this barrier because there's not enough compute power so that they can develop the AI that is focused on the region, culture, needs, ways of deciding on how to use and how to use AI for which needs, for which problems to solve. So this is just something, it's like a circle that keeps reinforcing itself. And I see something that it's something that makes me reflect on who makes the necessary investments so that there is more compute power in some countries than in others. And it's very clear that, for example, in the US, mainly investment in compute power comes from companies. This is private investment that is oriented to the market, and we don't see the same dynamics in many of our countries in Latin America, and we expect much of the investment coming from governments, but governments have not enough resources for these huge investments that we would need, and so that's where this idea of collaborating for producing this infrastructure, this computing infrastructure, regionally, well, this is very attractive because individually governments don't have these resources, but also it comes to questioning us if this will be enough. We need the other side of the investment side from the private sector. So we also have to work on that. And also we can think of collaborative efforts, but bringing together the private sector so that we can gather these sufficient resources coming from only the governments. I don't think that those will be sufficient.
Elena, thank you very much for a contribution. Alison, do you want to go next?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll keep my comments relatively brief because I think my colleagues have done a very good job of covering the ground so far. Maybe just to raise a couple of other things. I think we've talked a little bit about, and I really want to pick up on what Elena was talking about with regard to the sort of regional and the geographic differences in terms of access, I think is one of the major challenges that we're facing. Recognizing that particularly for sort of emerging economies for the global south, there are cost issues that can be associated with, developing or establishing compute capacity, that the cost of creating compute capacity is not the same in every region, that there are issues that come to infrastructure, that come to latency that already exists that have to be addressed in order to be able to establish compute capacity. There's also, I want to acknowledge, as I think Elena did as well, that there's a real concentration of the current compute capacity in the hands of a very few providers who have incentives because of the scale of the demand and because of their proximity, have incentives to really focus on sort of North American and Western European markets. So with those barriers that I think various folks on the panel have talked about, the one thing that I want to note is that the real challenge that we face is that some of those barriers are not only complex, but they're compounding, they're self-perpetuating. So as folks are left behind and as there's a lacking compute capacity, or in some cases lacking infrastructure, or in some cases even lacking demand side, like we talked about, lacking skills or lacking awareness of the necessity of compute power, those that are already behind the game are going to be left further and further behind, because as the demand increases in those places that already have compute capacity, we're going to see just a continuation of response to that instead of a more equitable approach. So I think that's, as Elena said, a place where governments, and particularly where international discussions and international dialogues are critical, because you can't rely sort of on market forces to be able to correct for that need for equity and access.
Thank you, Alison. And I think you remember that the legacy of the digital divide keeps going, and then we have new challenges and the old challenge altogether.
Exactly.
So I'll go for the second question of the panel. What lessons can be drawn from global public goods initiatives, such as Gavi, that I mentioned before? Lessons to design a multilateral framework that ensures fair distribution of compute resources needed for AI development. So Jason, we start with you.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's a lot of positives that we can look at that. I mean, when you talk about multilateral or multi-stakeholder frameworks, we actually launched a similar thing already near 2 years ago now. It's known as AI for Manufacturing. It's a global alliance. And what the purpose of this is that as a UN agency, that you act as a trusted advisor, if you like, to convene and bring together stakeholders. We have around 140 members now from over 40 countries, and it's a complete mix of academia, think tanks, private sector. We've got people such as Google, Huawei, imagining those two sitting around the table. And what is it that they're trying to do is to see and identify how we can leverage AI that can support manufacturing, primarily in those countries that we want to support. So these are, developing or middle-income countries. So in terms of how Gavi and what he did in bringing together this framework, I think there's a lot of positives that one can see in it. I just see from the perspective of what we're doing around this AIM Global Alliance, not to be confused with the title, is we want to make it much more solution orientated. So when we talk around here now of digital divide, of lack of skills, of let's understand where we need to deploy such solutions, etc. So really become much more solution orientated. We hear enough about the problems that are going on. When the title here, we're talking about geopolitical issues. We in the UN are fully understanding that right now. But let's get on the front foot, yeah? Because we do know that there are gaps. We know, for example, when we talk about computing power, we know where there are challenges right now when it comes to growing a tomato and getting a tomato in Kenya to the market, and how 20% of that is lost. And here is perfect use case for how AI can help it. So for me, bringing all those stakeholders together, from the people who need all the way those who provide, and frankly from the UN to have this convening role that actually is a trusted advisor, is a phenomenal thing that we can learn based on the experiences of what happened with Gavi and that scheme before. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And I love that you bring the tomato from Kenya, because it moves away from the prompting user normal that resembles rural areas, manufacturing, intermediaries, sustainability, and others.
I'm going to talk about coffee as well in a few minutes as well.
Okay, wait. So, Elena, do you want to go next?
Yes, of course. About lessons, I think that we have many lessons. One of how that an inclusive governance model works very well in the sense that decisions were not solely shaped by some small group of nations, of wealthier nations, or a small group of corporate interests, but that there were many multi-stakeholders just looking at a meaningful participation for these different actors. And civil society also played a very critical role in bringing transparency, in monitoring, and keeping this equity in central to this monitoring, and making sure that decision making was very aware of the need to ensure that distribution was fair. So we can learn from that in that if we get to build this collaboration, that compute distribution will be not only looking at technical efficiency, but also on socially fairness to distribute it and to give access to this computing power. Also of being very aware of the importance of having corrective mechanisms to address historic inequality. So in these mechanisms that have to be designed, that we bring the factors of correcting and to bringing local institutions and research ecosystems to engage continually with these systems, so that it's not only of bringing technology or shipping in equipment to build the centers, but to really understand how compute is used for which needs, and that local institutions and organizations are deciding on this.
Thank you, Elena. And thank you for bringing the researchers and universities again to the topic. And I like the position you made from a technical solution to a fairness solution. It's very difficult to define what fairness is, but it's certainly something we have to pursue and define. So I like it very much. Ivy, do you want to go next?
Sure. Yeah, it's kind of hard to go after, Elena, and that was a very, very good point and compelling. OpenAI is just one company in this big world and this ecosystem. But I think we will share what we see from our own vantage point and experience. I think what I couldn't agree with more from both the Gavi example and what my co-panelists have shared is the importance of working across sectors. And what I mean by that is we as a single company, for example, have learned from our Stargate experience that definitely could not be accomplished by one party alone. And let me just maybe take a moment to explain what Stargate is and who is involved in it and why that convinced me that this has to be a multi-stakeholder solution. So Stargate is a $500 billion infrastructure project, essentially, over the next 4 years. And we have started building data centers in Abilene, Texas. And this is who and how it all came together. Like Gavi, there is one group of partners that are technology and operations focused. So that includes OpenAI, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Oracle, ARM. And then we need another group of partners that can be finance focused. And for us, in this case, for Stargate, is SoftBank. They take up the financing responsibility. And the third group, very much like Gavi, how the responsibilities are distributed and structured, is the political side. This is something we are working with state governments on. And it extends to what we do internationally. This is what we have talked to the US government about. And I think another possibility I want to posit here is we have heard from a lot of countries that what they really, really want, they're not mutually exclusive. I think they want to make sure there is access to the benefits that compute and compute-enabled models bring. And so in addition to thinking about infrastructure, we are also therefore very focused on how we can make access to the solutions that compute enable available. And that's why when we launched OpenAI for countries, it is not copy-paste Stargate everywhere. It actually is much more expansive than that. We think about how we work with different education partners, universities, schools, how we increase AI literacy. So we're not just investing on the stuff, the hardware, right? We're investing in people as well. We make our products freely available. We have a partnership with WhatsApp. So in low connectivity settings, people can still access the benefits of intelligence that compute enables. And all of that is something that, as one company, this is what we're thinking about doing. But we also know that we need funding partners, we need operations partners, technology partners, political partners, very much like Gavi, so that this is something we can coordinate and offer to the world from very at different levels of the stack, at the infrastructure level, at the solutions level, and at even a people level, so that we are, as a society, evolving along with the technology.
Thank you. And that reminds me that bridging the compute power might or might not involve localities. So we can process data remotely. We have done. Brazil has a partnership with Spain for supercomputers. Finland has one. Estonia, I reckon, has one as well. So we can solve problems where the energy is a possibility, where water is a possibility, but also where the supply and demand it's another part of the scale and can be achieved. Thank you. So I move now to the third question of the panel. So how can Global South nations shape AI governance and infrastructure policies to reduce dependence of foreign compute providers and build sustainable local AI capacity? What lessons can be learned from the DeepSeek case or other cases that kind of rephrase it, how we ask questions about computational power? Jason, you want to start?
No. No, thank you. I'm still wanting to answer the previous question.
Tell us about coffee. Tell us about the coffee.
Shall I? Can I? Yeah. Because that may be something that can be, I think it's actually very relevant to this when you're talking about the Global South. So I talked about tomatoes before. What we did last year on the sidelines of the General Assembly, we basically built what we call a lighthouse solution. It links to AI. It was a consortium of two governments, so Italy, Ethiopia, Ili, Lavazza, Google, with one of its implementing partners, Engis, and an international coffee organization. What was it we were trying to solve? There's roughly around 3 billion cups of coffee drank a day.
Wow.
Ethiopia is the 5th largest coffee producer. It's the #1 coffee producer in Africa. And there's a new EU directive being issued called deforestation. And so the challenge was, how can you leverage AI and digitalization to support coffee farmers? Yeah, so that's why we built this consortium and brought everybody together. So again, back to the Gavi example, the AIM Global, this was a very specific one. And there's many, many other examples. That's why it links nicely to what you mentioned with Stargate. It's a use case where people came together because you could not possibly solve it as a UN agency or individually. So that was the coffee example. We brought it together. We have a solution. We went to Addis. We actually met and presented this to the Coffee Farmers Association themselves. They didn't like it. We had McKinsey present. Didn't like it. Why? Because they didn't understand the incentive. Our land is not subjected to deforestation. Only a couple, 2%. So, but when one understands that in order to comply with this directive, that it opens up opportunities along the supply chain, that openly is about, increasing productivity and what have you, then we tapped into the real incentive behind it. So that's another thing when we know that there are, when you talk about the usages, et cetera, and GPUs and what have you, I think about there's so many faces out there where they don't yet know how AI and digitalization is going to support them. So that was the coffee example. Where are we now, 12 months on? We are now looking to see whether we can actually implement and pilot that within Ethiopia. In addition to that, that consortium are opening up an AI initiative in Italy, bringing those examples together, primarily in the area of coffee. So that was the specific example. I'll answer this question later, if I may.
So I think I like very much the coffee example because it's hands-on. And in deforestation, we bring the AI and climate close to each other. Yeah. So you have wonderful uses for mapping deforestation, mapping disasters, predicting climate, and many other things. And if you do it together, if you have elements of it that are open that can be shared, it certainly is an asset for global climate change. So, Elena, could you go next?
Yes. Well, Ivy already said about something that I wanted to focus on, in the importance of investing in people, in investing in local talent, and not just thinking of the hardware, and supporting community-driven research, because countries are innovating despite these infrastructure gaps, and this I find this very interesting. Something that we always are repeat in Mexico, but that I believe that it is true of many other countries, is that given that we don't have many resources, so then we have managed to develop ingenuity and contextual intelligence to find solutions with very limited resources. And I see that this is happening also in AI development, that we look at researchers, small developers in civil society that are experimenting, and they are using open source and small scales, hybrid models, and finding interesting developments. So I think that this is something to learn from, and these are opportunities. And if this ingenuity is met with more infrastructure, because we definitely need it, and we can find these collaborative ways to find this infrastructure, then there is an opportunity, to meeting ingenuity with infrastructure. And also, I find another thing that I find very interesting is that these regions of the world, like Latin America, are pushing for more plural and justice-centered vision of AI, and also where we emphasize not only individual but collective rights. And this can also help us build governance, a strong governance for AI, and reshaping this AI, this governance for AI in a way that protects these different models of innovation and different models of protecting individual and collective rights.
Thank you, Elena. And you remind me of how, from the Global South, we just have to be creative with scarce resources. We just have to hack it. We just have to make it happen. If we level up the opportunities, for sure we're going to have better results. So, Ivy, do you want to go next?
Sure. All this talk of infrastructure just reminded me that when I first landed in Oslo airport and then took the train to the city, I was like, wow. Like, when trains work, it is an amazing experience, and it is such great utility, and I wish my home city of San Francisco would offer the same thing. And I mentioned that example because I think when we talk about chips and compute, sometimes it just, we might think of it as a different category as other infrastructure that have built cities and nations. And when you ask the question, Fabro, about what to do about that lack of access, I think it's kind of how we think about what everyone can do about the gap in supply and demand. How can we solve for the problem of access to the infrastructure and the problem of access to the benefits of infrastructure? If we can't access to the infrastructure to the same degree, is there a creative way to access the benefits? And I want to maybe offer two more things in addition to talking about data centers. One is, I think it's important to incentivize and cultivate a vibrant local startup ecosystem. If you have chips and you have maybe some people who know how to use a tool, but there aren't entrepreneurs, and if you don't incentivize and really cultivate that growth, then I feel like we're not really facilitating access. We're not facilitating innovation. We're not facilitating access to the benefits of the technology. So I think that is really important. It's like one of the prongs of what we offer when we say we were launching OpenAI for countries. And then the other thing is kind of touching on what Elena also mentioned and what I said earlier about like investing in people. We launched OpenAI Academy earlier this year, and we are just starting to scale. And if you haven't seen, some of our videos online already, I encourage you to do that. We have produced them, we've been in production every week. And they are for all sectors, and they're all for all skills levels. And sometimes, we offer in-person events as well. And the main point here is not like, look, there are more free videos to watch. There are, and like we're proud to say that we have trained 1.4 million people already. But I think like when we think about access, there needs to be like a very concrete way to apply the technology, and we can't do that if we don't actually know what it is and what to do that with. I'm excited that when we move from day 0 to day 1, or maybe day 1 to day 2, to be fair about all the progress we have seen already, that there will be a much more sophisticated and maybe even demanding like approach to like how we use the compute and the tools that the compute empower, and not just talking about like the stuff itself.
Thanks, Ivy. You reminded me that prompting brings humans able to easily talk to computers. So when you have descriptive AI, you usually need a team of technicians to code something so you use the result. When we have generative AI, we regain this capacity to being a normal user, to make use of technology, which brings the issue of supply and demand to a great stress, because now we have way more need for technologies and uses. So, Alison?
Yeah, sure, thanks. I think the question really is about how we include Global South voices in conversations around AI. And I will continue to make it a policy not to tell the Global South how to do policy. But I will say that I think that one of the effective ways that we ensure that we have voices from the Global South in the conversation, and it really reflects back on what Elena was talking about in the Gavi model, is ensuring that we have a multi-stakeholder approach, and one that thinks about including a whole range of different potential partners. So when we're talking about something like, a global alliance for artificial intelligence, we have to think about ensuring that we're talking to large and to small providers and users. We have to think about talking about both public and private space. Like, it has to be the big AI institutions, the accelerators, the startups, the governments all coming into the conversation together. That'll be the most effective way for us to be able to make progress on ensuring equitable access to what's needed for compute capacity. I'm going to give a little plug to a Canadian initiative in this regard because I can't be stopped. But we have from our International Development Research Centre in Canada, IDRC, are working with the UK's Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office that have committed sort of $10 million to the development of an equal compute network that strives to do exactly this. So strives to bring together a number of different partners and a number of different types of partners to think about equitable access to compute capacity. And one of the things that the network really hopes to achieve is by bringing together a number of different sort of partners from the Global South together, it allows to the possibility to kind of create a critical mass in order to obtain sort of better rates and better processes as they're looking to establish compute capacity. When you have a number of different countries or a number of different institutions who are speaking together, they have greater power together than they can each individually have on their own. And that's sort of the value of both the international or the global alliance model and also of the multi-stakeholder model. So it's a nice little Canadian piece we've got.
I like the Canadian piece. We have time for one last question. And one thing I like about Gavi is that they have a political group on how to share the assets. So imagine you buy 100 units of something, and they will have to chip in, contribute, find consensus on how to share. So in the case of Gavi, part of it will go for countries that can pay for vaccines. So the model is sustainable. Part of the vaccines will go to countries that cannot pay for vaccines, so there's access. Part goes to countries that are doing an effort to be more sustainable or to produce vaccines, and so on. And all of these are political questions that address the issue on how to share. So if you can purchase, you can buy, finance. If you know what we are buying, if it is a commodity that we can have it, there's a political group that will decide on how to share it, and multi-stakeholder seems like a good approach to do that. So I'll go for the last questions. You can advance in one of the points that you made. Jason, for example, said a call to action in the first question if you want to bring back. If you want to bring from tomatoes to coffee to something else, feel free. And if in case you have questions, I have further questions for you. So Jason, what would you like to expand?
No, thank you. Well, linking it to what you just mentioned there, Gavi, we have, as I see, a global digital compact in place, a pact for the future. We have a very clear way forward with those objectives. So that's my first. That is a multi-stakeholder approach. That was governments, that was tech, that was academia. We all came together. We're nearly 12 months in, and there's momentum. We, under the objective number 2, regarding digital economy, which links to objective 5 AI, have a very clear call for solutions, a call for action. In that, it links to what I mentioned before. We already have an alliance, a global alliance on AI for manufacturing, which has actually 3 pillars to it, which is one around smart manufacturing, which is not so much about tomatoes and coffee, but it's when it starts to get a bit harder, you know, on the shop floor, and how can you infuse AI in the production process. Then we have our AI Lighthouse solutions that I just mentioned. The example I gave was the one around coffee. We're also building up around other products. I'm hoping we collaborate with OpenAI, by the way. And the third component, and that is, as I mentioned, is around digital economy that links it directly back. So our mandate in UNIDO is to make sure that we implement what is being committed under the GDC. And last but not least, there's a point that Elena mentioned before that I also didn't, that I mentioned, and you also mentioned in terms of regulation around 4G, 5G, etc. coming in, is this open innovation. We also have this program that supports that again it's not a UNIDO program, it's an open one that we convene. We bring together, it's multi-stakeholder around innovation. How can you help those great ideas, those startups, those innovators, and bring corporates together as well? And importantly, investment. There is a clear funding requirement here. We come and go, projects end, but then so what? So that's basically what I just wanted to mention, is in terms of this multi-stakeholder around the GDC, the AIM Global and those components, I also think, as you mentioned there about this model for Gavi, we are also trying to make sure there is a sustainable model in place that ensures that these great ideas that's going to come becomes something that's investable and sustainable, so that it then can be ultimately replicated, not just in Ethiopia on coffee, but we can take it to Latin America. You know, tomatoes are grown in most places. How can we come to COP and ensure that we bring a solution in place that helps mitigate climate change? So that would be my call for action. Please, please join us, and we will do our utmost to promote the solutions that people are working on. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And I was in Bonn last week for the SB 62, and the issue of how to use technology to advance climate agenda and how to make technology greener is top of mind. Maybe will be a big theme for COP30 this year. So, Elena, moving to you, I think we share the challenges of talking from the civil society point of view. And it's always an interesting point of view because we're not government, we're not companies, we're kind of bringing issues to the debate. So, what topic would you like to advance?
What topic? Well, governance, we have been talking about governance, and but we are supposing that the system already exists. And we also need to create and to maintain the necessary incentives to create the model and then to sustain it. You know, and one of it is to produce a model that is credible, that brings certainty, and so that people trust it. No, the people trust it, and then we have this necessary. Well, yes, the trust to keep it together and to keep investment coming, and the countries that invest in it also need the right combination of incentives to continue dedicating resources for this, and this should come from different expectations. One is to have a fair share of benefits from the model, and also by the means of trust and credibility, to keep believing, in this model that is bringing benefits to the region and benefits for inclusive development and sustainable development. And that's why I believe that the role of civil society as a component of this governance that produces trust and credibility is so important.
Thank you. This reminds me that usually governments have AI national plan for development. If I'm right, OECD Observatory ranked 81 countries that have a plan of action for AI. Brazil just released it last month. And one key thing is what kind of pillars we have in this development. So what Elena brings is that it needs to be multi-stakeholder. What you bring is that it needs to have open innovation. It has to be shared. And this is really interesting. So I go to you. I think one interesting point of view is that companies are very different from each other. So we think of them like the big techs or something like that, but they're very different. The Americans are very different from the Europeans, very different from Chinese. And if you look at one country, they're very different. And all of them are trying to bring solutions for bridging the compute power from the perspective. So what point would you like to advance?
Thank you for framing it that way, because I was sitting here thinking, I really am not qualified to tell other people what to do, right? Like, we're just one company. I can't tell what governments what to do, what other companies to do, and what all of Global South should do, right? But from the perspective of just one company based in San Francisco, what I think I want to, the one call to action, so to speak, is let's use this technology to build tools to solve hard problems. I think, I don't know if everyone has to worry about getting chips the same way. If all of us can get the benefits to the chips the same way. And as one company, what we are trying to do to accomplish that end is to make our tools accessible. So that's what, and that's why we have, like I mentioned earlier, an integration with WhatsApp so that it's workable even in low connectivity settings. We are rolling out open weights models later this summer. And you mentioned the Brazil AI plan. And two of the examples that were mentioned in that plan were Favela GPT and Amazon GPT. Favela, we made the tool usable in a lot of favelas, and we also have a partnership with the university and Amazon so that our tool is enabling conservation and health insights that are already helping residents, and just to help preserve the largest rainforest on the planet. And this is the kind of story that really excites me, that there is so much more to come. And that progress is, it's happening today, right now. And so let's think about how we use what exists and what is to come, and to solve hard problems and advance the benefits of LLMs.
Thanks, Ivy. And if you are online and want to post the questions, or if you are in the audience, please make a queue. After Alison's contributions, we're going to open the floor for participation.
Perfect, thanks. I think really following on from Ivy's point, I think that there is something very important to be said for international action to support equitability of access to compute capacity. I think that there's a recognition, even among those who already sort of have good access to compute, there's a recognition of the value of sort of sovereign abilities or sovereign access to compute capacity, even in kind of Western Europe and North America. And so it's understandable that the Global South also ought to be able to play into that ecosystem, that there also ought to be an equitability of access there. But going beyond equitability of compute access, I think it's also true that if we don't have AI tools that are designed responsibly and that respond to the needs of local communities, the access is not going to be sufficient. So having access to compute capacity doesn't mean anything if we think about equitability of access, we also have to be thinking about equitability of designing AI systems and tools that are free from bias, that reflect linguistic diversity, that are climate conscious in the way that they're created. And then equitability of use as well, designing AI tools that protect the individuals that are really looking to seek the benefits of the use of artificial intelligence, that protect workers, that support development purposes, and that have benefits beyond kind of a small group that would already have access to kind of privileges in that regard. So I think really, as we think about equitability of access, it has to be part of a broader conversation about equitability in the design and the use of AI systems as well.
Thank you, Alison. Let me check if there is anyone online or in the audience that want to make a comment. No? I'll check here. So we go for a last question. And I think that I like the climate agenda and the relationship with it. And what you bring, Alison, is that compute power is the start of it, and the governments will have a huge role on how to control it or make it safer, make it more secure, and they have to relate. And there's a huge challenge now for climate, which was a problem already, now is a bigger problem. So as concluding remarks, Jason, what would you like to highlight or call to action?
I just underline what we've all, in our different aspects, been saying about is, collaboration is absolutely critical in this moment now around AI, understanding what the needs of it are, what the computing power of it is, making sure that we don't leave the global south, that the divide doesn't get bigger, etc. So my final comment would just be that let's join this alliance. Because as Stargate mentioned by Ivy, as what's going on now with the AI factory that's being opened up in South Africa, collaboration between NVIDIA and Cassava, what's going on in Italy, what's happening in the country. I just left a few hours ago in Austria with the AI Gigafactory. It is a consortium of people that's coming together. And yes, taking all of those components around the ethics of AI, making sure that it is equitable, that it is transparent, it's inclusive, it's collaborative, it's reliable, it's safe, and it ensures privacy. Privacy was a big issue on the coffee example. I didn't mention that before. So that would be my final one, is just I could not underline any further than what we've all collectively said on all those various levels. All I would offer is, from perspective of UNIDO, we do have a platform in place. I don't say we're happy to help and to support and join forces. Thank you.
Thank you. Elena, do you want to go for concluding remarks or highlights?
Yes, of course, and I will build upon on the same ideas because these technologies have tend to concentrate, tend to build a scale. So countries, smaller countries or countries that have smaller access to resources have to collaborate to attain enough scale to be part of the movement. Otherwise, we will have bigger gaps in our development, and so this collaboration, I believe, that is a must right now, just to bridge gaps and to change this mode of development that has produced so many persistent gaps that will get wider. So that's why collaboration has to be the new mode of development.
Thank you. And I hope collaboration sparks for the Global Alliance from what is happening, could happen just outside of here. So, Ivy, do you want to go for the concluding remarks?
At the risk of just repeating myself and other people, I will actually still say there's something maybe to the trifecta of political, financial, and technical / operational partners as the way we think about who should be at the table. So, and I think that is necessary in all countries and in all fora, and so that we can truly collaborate and take into account all the equities, because we're talking about a really a massive scale of infrastructure and a massive potential of transformation.
Thank you. Alison?
Thank you. Always dangerous to go last for the same thing. I think I want to build on the idea of collaboration, which I think a lot of us have talked about today, and I think is super valuable as we're discussing how to kind of encourage that sort of equitable access to the benefits of artificial intelligence. And one thing that I want to build on that concept of collaboration, at the risk of being controversial, is the need for collaboration to be in a spirit of openness and in a spirit of listening. And it doesn't matter what kind of equitability challenge we're talking about, whether it's the sort of global South compute access, whether we're talking about linguistic diversity in the internet or in AI, whether we're talking about in Canada, Indigenous connectivity and Indigenous data sovereignty. When we are in these equitability conversations and when we are thinking about how we collaborate with partners, one of the biggest challenges that we see is that, and governments are not immune to this, we will often come to the table in a spirit of collaboration, meaning here's my idea and everyone must agree with it in order for us to collaborate. And I think there really needs to be, in a space like AI, where the technology is evolving and where our understanding of the capacities and the understanding of the benefits is evolving, we have to come in a spirit of listening and openness and in a spirit of compromise as well. If we want to have collective action, we are going to have compromise, and we are going to have a recognition of the needs of others and a recognition that we don't always understand the needs of folks who are outside our own context and our own community. So I think that is one of, like, if I have a call to action, it really is to come to collaboration in a spirit of sometimes recognizing that maybe your own positioning is wrong or that you need to adjust your own approach in order to be able to meet the needs of other communities. If we're not able to do that, then we won't be able to take collective action on these equitability issues, and they can't be solved without collective action.
Thank you. So with this, I'll do some concluding remarks and the panel. I started the panel wondering if there is a need for a global alliance, and yes, not the global alliance, but many are global alliances, a diversity of global alliances. And the global alliances, they'll have shared problems, but also different communities. So they need to find this collaboration according to their communities. Maybe the community of IGF is different from COP, which is different from G20 and so on. And collaboration is really important. I still hope that we can increase the access to compute power in the Global South somehow, either installing compute power locally, or sharing compute power. I still hope that we can share compute powers amongst countries and in a collaboration. So Brazil has a collaboration with Spain, for example, for supercomputers. And I still hope that the issue of information society becomes enhanced by this access to a technology that can be transformative but can also place risks and challenges. So thank you very much for the participation, and we conclude.